Welcome everybody to the November 16th, 2022 regularly scheduled meeting for the Monterey Peninsula Airport District Board of Directors. I ask if you have a cell phone, if you will join me in turning it to either off or on silent mode. Thank you. So at this time, can we have a roll call, please?
Director Pick?
Here.
Director Sani?
Present.
Director Leffel?
Here.
Director Sabo?
Here.
Chair Miller?
Here. Pledge of Allegiance. Director Sabo, can you help us?
Yes, I can. Please lead me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our country. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Public comment. Communications and announcements. Mr. Lapierre, do we have anything?
We do, in fact. I'm going to turn it over to Chris Merle.
Sure, and I'm just gonna come up over here. We wanted to take the opportunity to recognize Kathy Cobb at the meeting because we had the art at the airport opening reception on October 27th. And this year, as you can see, and you've been out there to look at it, it's grand gatherings, which are 6 iconic events that have been happening in the community for over 65 years. And what we heard over and over, so at the opening, each of those event organizers had representation there. There were over 40 people or more. Chair Miller can probably speak to it as well. But what we heard over and over again was how amazing their display, each of them individually, their display looked. And they had no idea what it was going to come out with because all they did was hand over stuff to Kathy. And it was just a great community connection. And it's because of Kathy, they were just how easy she was to work with, how professional she was, and just how amazing the exhibits came. So we thought we really needed to recognize Kathy because she really was a spokesperson for the airport with these 6 iconic event organizers. So we wanted to thank her and give you that opportunity.
It's really nice to get some recognition. It's been a really wonderful opportunity. And I don't know that I've met all of you, but I've been helping with the exhibits here for a long time. I worked with Eileen Tuttle and I knew Megan Susan. And so it's a lot of work. The people at all of the events that are in the current exhibit were really wonderful. They've tried to help as much as they could, but all of them have major events that they're doing over the summer. So it was it was a lot of running around, but really wonderful people to meet, and they were all really helpful and wonderful. And they wrote the copy on the big panel, so they also helped in that way. So thank you very much. This has been a great opportunity. I really appreciate it.
How many people do you have helping you on that project?
This is a contract painter, so he helps paint, and a friend of mine, Erin Elfenbein, who's an old graphic design friend, comes and helps. Basically, I do 80% of it.
Well, thank the rest of them on behalf of us,
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, please don't sit down. I'm going to give the opportunity for the rest of the board to say anything. Dino, did you want to say anything?
Thanks, Carl. I just want to provide my thanks along with the other board members for your great work. Thank you very much.
Director Sani?
I attended the event and it was wonderful and so well attended and just beautiful displays. So, and I know you've done other displays for us too, and we just appreciate your artistry and your coordination and all that goes into creating a beautiful exhibit for people to look at while they're here. Thank you.
And Director Leffel.
Kathy, thank you. I walked past you several times while you were laboring and spoke to you, but I think it turned out spectacularly. And I do not have that kind of skill, so I am in awe of what you took from everyone and put together and really made it meaningful. So I think it's a really good reflection of our community. And so thank you so much.
Yeah, and it really is a very nice, classy, just a professional exhibit that you've done. And I want to say this is the first time where I think we had a representative at the opening for every one of the windows of you have on display here, which was kind of nice that these iconic events that we have, they all sent a representative there to be present. So you always do a great job. You always do a great job with the openings and bringing the community together. So thank you, Kathy, for everything you do and making the few pennies we give you look like so much more money. I don't know how you pull it off sometimes, but we are appreciated. We do appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Staff, anything else?
Not from staff.
Directors, anything you wish to say?
I have one little item. I was the guest of AT&T on Saturday up at the 49ers inaugural Red and Gold Honor Society. And when I was registered, they registered me with the name of the airport. So I was able to speak to both the York and DeBartolo family members and suggested to Dr. York that maybe they come on down this way a little more and engage with us because they are doing some events down in our area. So, I don't know where it'll go, but I told him I'd follow up with him next week and see what we can do. But it was a good event, and it was kind of nice that they had the airport name and not AT&T on my badge.
Very nice. Anybody else? I just have one quick announcement. We will be taking the regular agenda item number 3 first. When we get to the regular agenda, that is so Mr. Pick can participate. He'll be leaving us shortly as he boards a plane, and then he'll be rejoining us. And we'll try to note when those times occur, when he leaves us and comes back. Okay, public comment. Any member of the public that wishes to address us, the board at this time, you're welcome to do, as long as it's not an item already scheduled to be heard. Any member of the public wishing to talk? Hard for me to see. Do we have any members? Okay. Okay. I'll close public comment and we will move on to the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve first, as any member of the public or the board or staff wish to pull an item off the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any member of the public wishing to comment on the consent agenda before we take a vote? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Director Pick,
Aye.
Director Soni,
Yes.
Director Leffel,
Yes.
Director Sabo,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you. No conferred consent agenda items. Regular agenda, like I said, we'll be going to number 3 first. Mr. Lapierre, you want to start us off on this?
I'd be happy to. This is a carryover from the previous meeting, Resolution 1832. It's a resolution that authorizes and approves the creation of the position of Deputy Executive Director. Further, it eliminates the positions of Deputy Director of Strategy and Development, as well as Deputy Executive Director of Finance and Administration. It further amends the fiscal year 2023 salary schedule and lists the salary schedule of the airport district along with the new positions and the positions that were eliminated. I believe we've discussed this previously. We're happy to have further discussion if that's the pleasure of the board. I would strongly encourage you to adopt this resolution. It truly provides me the ability to recognize by title and compensation the work that that the current Deputy Director of Strategy and Development has been doing for the airport district and for me over the last few years. This is righting the ship that should have been righted some time ago, so that it truly reflects our current organizational structure.
Last time we talked about this, Mr. Lapierre, the board had some areas of concern that they wanted you to look at. Were those items done?
They were. Those.
Can you go over those, please?
Sure. The original proposal was to the title of Deputy Director. And the suggestion was that that title be changed to Deputy Executive Director. We've made that change. The second was to require that, or to articulate, not require, articulate in the job description that this position, the holder of this position, would be the acting executive director in my absence or the absence of future executive directors. We've made that change as well. And then finally, I was asked to have our HR consultant review the job description. That has been accomplished. There were no changes as a result of that review.
There were no changes?
No changes. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Let's open it up to the board. Mr. Pick, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair. I do not. My questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay. Director Sabo.
I can support the motion. As far as the job description go, I just made one kind of note based upon reviewing our governance manual and your responsibilities, Mike, on as an executive director, for if you were to have an extended departure from the airport, then Chris, in this case, or the deputy executive poobah here would have to stand in your place. And that job description, knowledge requirements, this is to add at some time when you maybe update this, add in some knowledge of how to read a financial statement, income statements, and also balance sheets. Because there's no reference anywhere in that job description that says you have to have any knowledge of finance, but you have that responsibility. And so that's just an annotation for the future in terms of that, because it's not just Chris, it's whoever comes afterwards.
That's probably a good catch.
Okay.
We'll make that change.
So I can support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Director Sonny.
I have concerns with the next three items on our agenda without having a bigger picture to the organizational development and where the organization is going. And I know we really didn't touch on this during our strategic meeting. I brought it up. I think I brought it up the last two meetings, the meeting when we changed the finance position. And again, this is not about a person or a need for a position, but I'm concerned I don't have the bigger picture of where we're going. And I see that, again, we've got all these motions in front of us, and I feel I don't have the bigger picture, and I've been saying that for a while. So I will take that into account with my vote. One question I do have, and I did have questions about whether the job description was changed at all. My feedback at the time was that it was very specific, and I wasn't sure we would get someone in the community or outside of the community in the future with the current description, but I'm glad HR has reviewed it. It wouldn't be what I would put out there, but if HR and our consultants have looked at it, I'm grateful for that. I did, and this is just more about, I was looking at the packet and looking at, item number 5 on our agenda. So with this new rule and with the new title, are we now doing an auto allowance?
No, we are not.
Okay, so then that, I believe, needs to be changed, in the salary schedule, Scott. If you want to take a look at that. Note 2, allowances for executive management positions.
We can probably clarify that if it needs to be the allowance. The auto allowances for the executive director, it has never extended to.
But that's not what it says. And this is where I get to, we've got things that, we've got balls in the air and we don't have an overall strategy. So I, as one director, am concerned about that. Not about the position, not about the people, more about just the organization. Thank you.
Mr. Huber,
Yeah, note number 2 does limit the other allowance just to the executive director. If we were available for other executive management positions, then it would need to be added in note number 2. It does say auto allowance $750 per month to executive director. If there were others that would benefit from that, they would need to be listed.
okay. But there was never any talk about an auto allowance, right?
No.
Are
never
you
has been.
proposing an auto allowance?
No,
Okay.
no, we're not proposing any changes to the structure.
And if an auto allowance were to be offered, that would come
That would
back
have-
before the
that
board?
would require the board approval.
Okay,
And if there's some desire to make note number 2, more clear, we can certainly do that. And then we can take out the term, allowances for executive management positions to say indicated salary is not included on the allowance for executive director at $750 per month. It can be modified to just limit it to just that.
And I see that the executive director is limited, but it just is a clarity thing to some extent, especially as we're adding additional positions.
There's no harm in clarity.
okay.
And again, it was nothing more than it was in our packet and I just saw it as, as we're discussing it as a board.
Okay, do we want to amend the motion to include clarifying that?
Made a motion.
I thought we have.
No.
No, okay. Well, maybe someone will. Anything else? Thank you. Director Leffel.
I support this. I am going to say that I think over the last maybe 3 or 4 years, it seems like we keep manipulating what titles are and who's in what based on the person who's currently here, as opposed to, and I think this is what Director Sani's problem with the whole thing is that instead of having, this is our organization, this is what we need by position to run it, we're kind of making it up as we go based on who happens to be here or who we meet who might be a good fit. And I think that's maybe the issue that gives a little bit of heartburn, Mike, because I believe that Chris is overdue for the recognition. I think that she will do a good job. And I don't have a problem with that. I just think that we need to quit reacting. If you look at how many salary positions and changes we've made over the last 3 to 4 years, it's pretty crazy. And a stable run organization should not have that many changes, in my opinion. And I've worked for some big ones and some little ones. So I just think it's something maybe you as our executive director need to really sit down in a quiet room and think about what do you need going forward. And I believe that we've all voiced a concern that we may be understaffed going into all of these big projects. And so if so, I'm asking you to please look at everything very carefully, who you've got now, what their capabilities are, and maybe give us an organizational chart, even if there are places missing in it, but what we're going to need over the next 5 years as we get forward. You're the only one in the room who's built a terminal before and who's done this sort of thing. So we're looking at you and your expertise for that. And I think it's disruptive to staff that like, oh, somebody just got this, or somebody just got that, or somebody just left. So now we're eliminating that. So that's it. It creates to me in jobs where there's been change, it's unease with the staff. And I think we need everybody to be really pulling together to make all this work, because it's a big lift and it's not you doing it.
Right.
It's the people who work for all of us. And I think that that's really important. So,
Okay, I appreciate that feedback.
and I will make a motion to adopt resolution 1832.
With modification, or
You can modify that sentence. That's fine.
how would we just remove it? Is that the proposal?
Just say it's for executive director only.
Okay. Okay, is there a second?
Take a second.
Okay. First by Director Leffel and a second by Director Pick.
I have a question. It's appropriate.
Yeah, I have some too, but go ahead.
This is a question of our district council. It's a little fuzzy to me what our role, our authority is as a board relative to organization charts, the executive director's proposals for organization charts, adding new officer positions. I was under the impression that our authority was limited to that salary schedule. And we don't approve organizational changes or job descriptions or anything like that, although I think it's a good idea. You know, I don't know. Can you clarify that? Because it isn't real clear in the governance manual.
The responsibility of the board is all encompassing as it relates to the executive director position and as it relates to district council. You select the person, you hire, you fire, you do all of that. As to all other positions, you are responsible for job description. You approve the job description.
We do.
You do. You approve changes to it. You approve the position, you fund the position through the budget. What you don't do is you don't hire, you don't fire, you don't evaluate the individual in that position. So if you sort of envision, you're responsible to set up the space. The executive director fills the space with the person that he or she wants to fill with.
Okay, so it's the salary schedule plus any items that are on that schedule, any positions that are on that schedule. We have responsibility for approving the job description that matches that particular position. Is that right? That ought to be clarified at some point in our governance manual, because it was a little fuzzy to me where our authority starts and stops.
I'll try and skip ahead
Sure. I'm not trying to make a big deal about it, but it was a point of fuzziness for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I too am going to support the motion. I do recognize as Chris Morello's contribution to this airport for as long as I've been here. I think we arrived. Did you arrive before me or after me? It was close.
I arrived in September of 2007.
So a couple months after I did. But I recognize your contribution and what you've done for the airport and how dependent we are on you as we move forward with this terminal project. So thank you. I do also acknowledge what Director Leffel said about some confusion, not confusion, but just, we seem to see a lot of these. To me, I think it's because we just operate so leanly that when a position leaves, there's this shuffling of the deck chairs to try to make everything fit without necessarily bringing on additional people, which I appreciate that from a financial standpoint, but I can see where that may cause some problems. So just something to think about moving forward and with this. I do have a question for our legal Scott. We're creating a new position here. Can we just, or are we just reclassifying a person? Does this have to be put out to as an open job that we recruit for?
It's not.
Okay. Okay. Shortest answer I've ever gotten from an attorney. So
But we
thank
don't
you.
make that determination. He makes that determination, right?
Mhm.
That's correct. Again, establishing the space, that's your decision. But who fills that space?
Okay, thank you. Roll call then. Oh, Mr. Pick, did I already ask if you had any questions or comments?
Thanks, Chair. Just very, very, very briefly, I want to acknowledge what the concerns of Director Sani and Leffel going forward. I think it will be beneficial to us to understand the necessary structure, especially needed over the next several years, given the load coming. But I think you're spot on. I think we operate so leanly that we're adapting in real time. Maybe not a best practice, but I understand why we're doing it, and I support the motion while acknowledging the need for some organizational look over the longer term. Thanks for letting me comment.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Director Pick,
Yes.
Director Sani,
Abstain.
Director Leffel,
Yes,
Director Sabo,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. Okay, thank you and congratulations. I see that Mr. Chidlaw just joined us. Do we want to take okay, we have let's just go back to the regular agenda then.
The next, if we're going back to item 1, G1, this is the results of the well test that we accomplished both at 2801 Salinas Marina Highway. Monterey Salinas Highway. Why am I saying that? I'm not focused very well. And also the well behind the Tarpe's property that the airport owns. I'll let Chris Morello and Pierce Melvin from Kimley Horn walk you through the results of that, but I will ask you to be very surprised or very happy because they are great results.
And yeah, we expected to have Aaron Bierman from Bierman Hydrologic here, but he has a emergency well that he had to be on site to drill today. So Pierce has all the information from him, so he will share that with you.
So we don't have any staff report for G1.
No, this is simply just a report out.
Okay.
It's not a staff report. There's no action required. There's nothing more than information.
We will be following it up at the next meeting with a scope of work to design the system to bring the water to use it. Right now, this is just a report on what we found in the field as.
Will we, I guess what I was really asking, will we get some paperwork that indicates what he's going to say in this report? Or is this totally verbal? We have no record of it after
This is
today.
totally verbal. This is as a result of the tests that the board authorized previously.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah, these are simply the results. The information that Chris just articulated will come to the board at the next meeting. Well, that would be the contract for design.
Yeah, I would appreciate having some kind of summary of what he is, the results that he came up with, because that's going to form the basis for us moving forward at whatever time, the next meeting or something.
And we can probably put together something in
Thank
writing
you.
as you look at the contract.
Go ahead.
Good morning. So, if you recall, there was two wells installed.
Just a second.
1 second. We're trying to turn up the volume, Pierce.
Okay,
It was low for Dino too, so.
You just have to go.
shall I keep going?
Sure, it looks like you're as loud as you're gonna get.
Okay,
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
you're
Much
better.
better. Thank you.
all right. So if you recall, we have two wells that were installed, and I'm going to call them, for want of a better name, the Fenton and Keller well and the Tarpey well. And they were replacement wells for existing wells, and they were successfully installed a few months back. And then we had to schedule capacity testing on the wells within a certain window that's dictated by the county. So we've successfully done that on both wells. And in short, both wells have shown to be productive wells. Now we can give you the exact numbers if you need to, but basically the Fenton and Keller well will produce 74 gallons per minute is what it's able to produce consistently. And the Tarpey well is 50 gallons per minute. So if you also recall, we were targeting a specific use for this water. And for the Fenton and Keller well, we were targeting replacing the car wash facilities in the rental car and use this water from the well to do that. The Fenton and Keller capacity has more than enough to be able to accomplish that. The other testing that we carried out was water quality. It's shown to be reasonable, a little on the high side for hardness, but nothing that can't be addressed and to be able to use in the purposes that we were looking for. For the Tarpeys well, we were envisaging possibly having a dual plumbing system in the new terminal and using that water for flushing toilets. Again, the capacity of that well is capable of doing that if we elect to go that route. So that's it. Just a brief summary saying the wells are very productive, more than capable of accommodating what was planned or envisaged for their usage.
And Pierce, I think I would add that we were really looking at non-potable uses as our focus. If we wanted to do potable, that would be it would then limit the capacity of all of them. We'd have to look at those results that came in and see if there are any contaminants in there that would limit that as well. So we haven't gotten to that point, but really the two focuses were rental cars, as well as possibly additional future all the way down towards our jet center and Del Monte with the Fenton and Keller, which it absolutely could do. At that capacity, we could do the rental cars and other uses at non-potable. And then the Fenton and the Tarpeys one for the gray water and irrigation at the terminal. And I think what Aaron told us yesterday, I think that capacity could get us up to 77,000 square foot building. So we know that we're looking at something a little bit smaller than that. So it really looks like it is doable for the gray water and irrigation in the new terminal building. But if we wanted to go potable, it would be a number of additional requirements and testing to even get there, but it would limit the amount that we'd be able to then draw from.
Okay. Director Pick, do you have any questions?
I don't, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sabo.
I do. Just thank you for that presentation. I wasn't listening as hard as I should. Could you repeat what you said about the water quality on Fenton and Keller and Tarpeys?
So both of them are shown a little on the high side for hardness. So if you're familiar with hard water, the calcium in water. Yeah. So they're both shown.
Every time I go get the bags of salt, I know all about that.
So both of them are shown a little on the high side for that, but not something that would preclude its use and not something that can't be addressed. we're not even sure right now, without doing more analysis on the car wash facility, if it would be a factor for that at all. The indications are it might not be, that we wouldn't have to do anything, but need a little bit more work on that to assess it fully. But
Okay,
again,
and,
just
oh, you go ahead. I'm sorry. I stepped on
just
you.
a little elevated levels, that's all. Nothing
Okay,
that would preclude its use.
so when we talk about water quality, are we talking about other than hardness, which is, I don't know, calcium in the water, you know, whatever. Are there contaminants in there that make it non-potable? Is that what we're saying? I'm just trying to understand from a layman's standpoint.
No. So we're not just testing for hardness. So there's I'm looking at the results here. There's probably 25, 30 different things that are tested for. And the item that Chris mentioned, that if we wanted to explore potable water use for this, the county has a requirement where we have to test once a quarter for 4 quarters, and we've just done 1 quarter, 1 testing. So it's basically a year of testing. But even the results that are shown in, there's a little bit of hardness, there's a little bit of turbidity, but there's nothing here that's coming out at us and saying this can't be used as a potable source with some treatment.
Okay, that answers my question, and which is a good thing, you know, because I'll go get the bags of salt at Home Depot, you know, and to fix that. But it gives us a potential for more potable water. And the other question I had was, I don't know how much 74 gallons per minute or 50 gallons. Is there any other thing that you can help me understand how much water that is? You know, is there something that you can say about that? Is it a lot, a little, you know, that sort of thing?
So if you think about, I'm going to give an example of the size of a pipe. The pipe needed to carry that flow of water would be somewhere in the region of 2.5 to 3 inch size pipe. So that's, if you think of what's going into a normal house, that's more than enough of supplying of several houses. So if you look at your car wash facility, what's going into the car wash right now, it's a 2-inch pipe. So size of pipe wise, you're looking at more than enough capacity to provide water to those car wash facilities. And as Chris said, you probably got a little bit more on top of that.
Okay, and that was the Tarpey's Tarpey's water, which is our initial planning. Is, you know, how about the Fenton and Keller? Is that enough water to supply the terminal if we wanted to?
So it's actually the other way around. So we were looking at the
sorry.
Fenton and Keller for the car wash facility, and we were looking at the Tarpey's well for the terminal.
Okay.
Again, when we were assessing it, we were looking at a dual system where the well water would be used for the want of a better term, gray water. So where you're flushing toilets and stuff like that. And it has the capacity to provide that water for your terminal. Understanding that the terminal design is not done yet. It's still got to work through the whole system. So we're making some estimates on that to a degree.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything.
Thank you. Director Sani.
Thank you for the presentation. I realize we're just receiving, but it would have been nice to just have a little something. I wrote down quite a bit. Let's see, my one question. So what were we, I know we didn't know what we were going to get, but how much gallons per minute would we need ultimately for a car wash, roughly?
It's very much dependent on the facility, because these things now do a lot of recycling of the water. So
Okay.
their demand is going down. Your system is somewhat a little bit old. I think it may be 2009 or something like that when it was installed. So it's not state of the art by any means, But if you think about the 2-inch pipe that's going in to feed the existing system, it's two rows of car wash. So that 2-inch is doing that facility. So you're probably looking at maybe 35 gallons per minute peak demand.
Okay, it's not in my concept or my repertoire at all, so it does help me to understand that. So I also in the conversation heard that for 4 quarters, we would need to do testing if we wanted to look at potable uses. Is what would be the cost for that? Do we have any idea? Is that something that we as I know, and maybe staff is already looking at this. Have you guys looked at this a bit?
No, we have not yet.
Okay.
The first intent of this exercise was to find water to take the car wash off of
Right.
potable. The next phase would be to look at whether or not we can make this water potable. We just got this information last week about, it was earlier this week, actually.
Okay, that explains,
So,
and that's, I appreciate having real-time information here. Which
We
is
will
great.
certainly look at that. What will come back to the board, excuse me again, is a contract for design services. Based on what we see in the final results, we may suggest some filtration to make it potable, but we certainly don't need potable at the car wash.
Right, absolutely. And I understand, there would be the cost analysis done whether, I just recently toured Monterey One Water and I'm thinking that facility and going, oh, wow. So it depends what's needed. So, but, all right. Well, thank you for the great news. And I look forward to learning more about what makes the most sense for what we did find.
Thank you, Director Leffel.
This makes me happy. To your question, Lisa, for our house, it was about $32,000. That's what we have to take the outside water and make it so that we could drink it if we wanted to. But we're not allowed to, so it just flushes toilets. But that was the old rule of what we had to do in order to bring it in the house. So it was right at 32. So I'm all in on this. I think it's really, really good. Can I just say, could we start referring that to 2801 and not Fenton Keller? Is just a little thing, but I think for the public, 2801 makes much more sense than them to think that it's the attorney's water. And also, is there enough there that we could then hook up that, whatever we do with that front building? Do we think that we would have enough water to supply the front of 2801? So that, we know we're gonna have to do something with that. So if we were to do something drastic with that, would we have enough water to use some of this well water? Or is it too complicated to have pipes going in, 3 different directions?
No. So if you're looking for multiple or providing multiple connections, then it's possible to do this. You're probably looking at something like installing some kind of tank system. The good thing about the actual Fenton and Keller well is not only has it got quite a high capacity, but it's also very good in the sense of its drawdown and recovery. So you can pump at that rate for a significant amount of time without impairing the well capacity. So if you were to introduce some kind of tank system where you pump into your tank and then draw from your tank, then it can provide quite a bit of water and more than one demand, if you like.
I know that's what we do. We capture it when it's there and then use it during the season when we don't have any rainwater. So anyway, I'm really excited. I'm happy for the good news. Thank you, Pierce.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Oh, I have just a couple quick questions. How big is the water source down there? How long could we pump this out?
So the testing was done for 72 hours, constant pumping. And they draw a curve that shows the drawdown on it. And then they also measure the recovery of it. So what they're saying is basically for that 72-hour pumping, you could, I won't say go on at that rate indefinitely, but it was high transmissivity in the ground, and therefore, you know, you could pump constantly at that rate for multiple days and not have any impact to that well.
Very good. Now, I remember this movie I saw, I think it was No Country for Old Men, where they did a slant well and took the oil from a neighboring field. Is this our water, or can somebody else access it as well? How big is this aquifer that we sit on top of right now?
I'm not sure I'd be able to answer that question. I mean, from the point of view, the well is your well. The water is under your property, and you're entitled to pull from this to draw this water. The county has issued you permits for this well, so you are all legally, you know, on the right path to being able to use this water, no problem. Where the water is ultimately coming from in the aquifer, how big that is, I'm sure it goes more than just the airport property. There's no doubt about that. But it's difficult for me to say exactly, you know, it's coming from this kind of square mileage or what have you.
Yeah, I will defend Pierce a little bit here because he was drafted at about 3:30 yesterday afternoon to provide this information. He is not the hydrological expert. Unfortunately, Aaron couldn't be with us. Aaron may have a better answer to that question. He seems to have a good sense of size and, I'll use the word, intensity of aquifers in the region.
Well, I gather this is very good news, but is it coming in much higher than we anticipated yield we would get from these wells?
Well, my recollection is that when we purchased the property, we thought that the former owners had some indication that the 2801 property well would generate about 30 to 35 gallons per minute. We're double that.
Yeah.
So I think this is exceeded what we even thought we would get out of it. Tarpey's well is the same. That well was capped many years ago, thinking that it was probably not much of a well anymore. In fact, it was the construct of the well itself, not the source water. The source water was there. We just had to tap it correctly, which we've now done. And the production on that well is almost equally as good as 2801. So we did extremely well with these tests.
Yeah, it's very good news. So I love good news. Especially when it comes to water.
Can I just say that if Javier Bardem shows up, I'm leaving.
Okay.
If you haven't seen the movie.
What's that?
I have a follow-up question.
Okay, I am finished.
Okay. Just a follow-up question. And thank you for doing the best you can, being that you're not the total hydraulic, that kind of expert. But I've been talking with ag folks in the Salinas Valley, and they're going down further and further to try to get water. Can you comment on how far you had to go down, or how far we had to go down to get this water? And my concern is, how long will this water supply last? Given that we're in drought conditions. I didn't say that very well, but maybe you get the idea of what I'm trying to find out.
So I can tell you how far we went down. So the 2801 is 800 feet deep, and the Tarpey's is pretty close to that. I think it's 700 and something feet deep. And it goes down into the shale formation, fractured shale formation. And that was done very deliberately. So these wells are pretty deep. You know, I can't speak to what the farmers and how deep they're going, but these are quite deep wells.
Okay, so does that, being a deep well, does that mean that that's a good thing for us? In other words, the water has a supply that's going to last for a little while here, or some period of time?
Correct.
Okay.
That was the intent with the design of those wells.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. So you'll be coming back to us next month with more details and an action item for us to proceed further?
We'll bring back a contract for the design of the systems to use the water. So it means we have to provide the route for taking the water from where their location, the 2801 and the 2999, and moving it to the locations that we'll want it to go. So we're going to start with 2801 since we have a use currently with the rental car facility. There'll probably be some recommendations, as Pierce alluded to putting a tank, a holding tank, which makes it even more usable because then you can be always pumping into that tank and then using from there. So, and definitely 2999 will need additional power there. We don't have the capacity power for the pump size that we need down there. So there'll be a number of infrastructure improvements that we will need to do. So that will come back to you in December.
That's great. And I mean, it's a great story to tell. And I think we'll, just like all of our environmental moves here, I think it really shines well for the airport. Okay. Thank you. That required no action at all. For the record, we lost Mr. Pick at about 9:45, and if he joins us again, we will note that in the record too.
We also lost Director Sani at about 9:45. She's not here, so.
Oh, no, yeah, she stepped out for a second. I assume she's coming back.
Well, I'm guessing, but just for the record.
For the record, yes. Okay. Very good. Mr. Lapierre, item G2.
This is a request for approval of a professional services agreement between the airport district and Chris Chidlaw, doing business as Chidlaw Marketing, for public relations and community outreach services. You will recall that during budget, I requested a full-time public relations specialist position. We have been advertising that position since August after board approval. We have found no candidates that I feel comfortable hiring. We had 27 responses, 28 as of this morning. 2 of which probably would have been capable of fulfilling the job requirements of the position, both of which were had political affiliation. And I don't want a politician in this job. I want someone who will be a proponent of the airport and a marketer and public relations specialist. So I chose to only interview one. That was early on in the discussion. That person's skill set did not quite match what they had put on their resume and did not match what I would like for the position. That being said, set out to find an alternative because I feel it's important that we move forward with some level of good, qualified, consistent public relations. That's something that I will not be able to deliver for the airport on my own. So this is help for all of us in this regard. Chris Chidlaw Marketing currently provides our advertising services. So he develops our advertising, we jointly work on thematic construct of our advertising. He produces all of the advertising. it makes logical sense to me to, from a consistency standpoint, to have our advertising efforts and our public relations efforts in one house. So Chris is going to walk you through the proposal that he has constructed to provide our public relations services for at least the next year. And then I would ask the board to consider approving that the contract.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, Director Sani joined us a few minutes ago at 9:53. Yes.
Before we get into the presentation, could I ask the executive director a couple questions about the position and if HR reviewed it and things of that nature?
What position
Or
are we talking about?
The position that wasn't filled.
Sure.
So I just want to be able to separate the two. So Chris, I'll give you a couple minutes if you don't mind. Because I think your presentation is about where we're going, but I want to understand what we've done so far. So the salary review, was that salary reviewed and the requirements reviewed by HR?
HR was not on board at the time.
Right, that's what
No, that was, salary construct was done internally, principally by me doing a survey of what other airports would be paying for a similar position. So that's how salary was determined. In terms of job description, it's an amalgam of several job descriptions that we found at other airports. So we used those as our basis for development of the job description.
Okay, and I know that it was a concern with the finance. I know it's been brought up in the finance before that we didn't think the salary was high enough, and I would agree with that for what we were looking for, especially in this area. And I, as one board member, would be interested in having that reviewed, especially since we've had responses, maybe not a perfect fit. This comes back to me struggling again with not having an organizational setup ultimately. I mean, if we, as one board member a few months ago, I said, yes, we need this position and it's important to our district and our organization. And now we're saying, no, it's not. We can, and I appreciate you can always fill in different ways, but I don't think that we've done the due diligence we could for that open position personally. 28 responses is, I don't know, it's a decent amount anyways. And again, I think if we had just bumped the salary a bit more, it's very possible we would have gotten a few more applicants that might have had better qualifications. So it would be interesting for me to at least see HR evaluating that and looking at that. But I'll leave that. So that I just wanted to have that separated from the presentation, and I appreciate the time to at least ask those questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
What was the salary out of curiosity? Since
78,000.
78 to 88 is the range. That's correct.
well, that's a good range. I mean,
Just want to be accurate here, so.
Right around 80.
What was it?
71 to 80.
71.
88,000. Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Titler.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me again. I think you all know how much I enjoy working for the airport, working for Michael and the board. So thank you very much. This is kind of a multi-layered presentation and or job that I would like to help do in the public relations community media outreach. You know, the definition, the very basic definition of PR is a professional maintenance of a favorable public image by a company, organization, or individual. The professional maintenance. Now I can say in this, at least in my circle, where I go, my friends, you guys have an incredible public image right now. Everywhere I go about the airport, people just rave about the airport. So what we want to do is maintain that and build on it.
So if you want to hit the next slide, I think all of you have seen this, right? So I won't go word for word, but on the next page. Oh, that's okay. So what we're looking for, and the main key to this whole, me working with you doing this will be accountability. I understand there's some questions about this, but you will be so kept in the loop through Michael and myself. And it's all based on, again, accountability. We'll work on press releases, strategic planning for public relations, new air service. You can see the different things that we're trying to do there. PR that drives more people to use the airport, create a powerful public presence, social media monitoring. And part of that will also be, you know, all the negative things that people like to say on social media. One of the people that we'll talk about coming up that will be working with me on this is also very, very good at responding to all the negative social media that's out there. Because that's important to you guys as well. So that's part of it. That's the public relations part of it. Now there's also on the next page, the media and community outreach. Keep media updated with events and happening at the airport. And I'll give you an example of things that I think we can do better and we'll work at. KSVW ran a story this morning about holiday travel, how busy it's going to be, that it's back to just about pre-pandemic days. But and working with Michael, we thought, I want KSVW when because these stories just come across the wire. You know, they're sitting there and they're not doing any real reporting. They just get them from the AP and different sources. Well, we want to be ahead of that curve where we're telling them that holiday travel is up again, that we're the source of this information. So you get credit instead of just I think it was AAA they sourced or something like that. But let's have it coming from here. So those are one of the things that we can do by building the relationships with the media, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. I have pretty good relationships with the media folks in this market. Attending government meetings. I'm not a politician, but I'm more than willing to attend government meetings. I've done it many times as chair of MTHA and other roles, you know, kind of be the liaison between the airport and government officials. If it's something pertinent to the airport and I need to be there, whether it's a board of supervisor, whether it's a city council, whatever it is, more than willing to go there and represent the Monterey Regional Airport. Point person, which I've already been doing stuff working with Michael on community sponsorships and partnerships, Big Sur working with different organizations, negotiating contracts with the media. And another thing that we'll be working on is consumer surveys, you know, to get more feedback about what people like about the airport, what they'd like to see changed about the airport, whatever is on the consumer mind. So on the next page, the game plan, you know, again, it's all about accountability to make sure that you guys feel that I'm fulfilling what you're looking for. Meet with Michael, the executive director. We'll be developing a monthly, a 3-month, a 6-month strategic plan. We'll map it all out of what we're going to, like, perfect example again is this holiday travel where we sit and we know holiday travel is coming up. So let's get ahead of that curve where we're the experts on the holiday travel. We'll map out strategic worksheets with dates, timelines, and objectives. Now, the other part of this is a PR firm in town, Buzz PR, who I do a lot of work with. Some of you probably know the lady leading that, Marcy Bracco. She will be part of my team. I'm part of her team. We're a team now. I do all her advertising and some of her PR. She does PR. And what Buzz PR brings to it is lists. She has the national state list of all the different organizations that we want to reach, the different magazines, the different trade magazines that we're going to want to reach. She will help us expand our media coverage statewide and nationally. Again, she'll help with social media, the negative social media things, because she will respond and her team will take care of that. So Buzz PR will be under my umbrella in helping us achieve your goals in the PR. Ongoing meetings we'll discuss city and county meetings and prepare again a monthly report summary to present to the executive director and to present to you guys as you guys see fit, working with Michael. The last part of it, so we got PR going, we got community outreach, we got these other things we've talked about before would be the next slide, which is the road show. We've currently began working on the road show. Now, again, the road show is we're going to be taking what's going on at the airport, the happenings at the airport, and going out to the community. We'll be going to different organizations and telling the story about the airport. As it says there, starting in late 2022, early 2023, most likely. It'll be a 4 to 5 month project to reach top community organizations. We will have a 15 to 20-minute presentation with video and PowerPoint. As a ex-Rotarian for 25 years, Rotarian organizations like that are dying for content. They want, I was on the program committee for, it's one of the worst jobs you can ever have, because it's so hard to find somebody to do it, the program. And then when the program stinks, they blame you. So don't go on program committees if you don't have to. But so that's what and you know, like, got a lot of contacts, and other people here have a lot of contacts as well. So we'll be able to get into these different organizations. Now, the outline of the roadshow, what we want to talk about is the district itself, you, the board of directors, and the role that you play at the Monterey Regional Airport, a little bit about the branding of the airport, how we brand it. A big one will be the city served, because that's what people really want to know. Where are you flying? That's a big one. We'll talk about recent key accomplishments that the airport has, projects and infrastructure improvements that have gone on. A big one will be the economic impact that the airport has in the community. And then, of course, the Vision 2035, the new terminal, and all that information. So again, a very crisp, sharp, professional 15 to 20-minute presentation in which I will help lead it. Michael, of course, will be there when he can schedule as appropriate. And of course, any board members that want to attend the presentations as well. So that's kind of what I am offering my services for. PR, working with Buzz PR, working with the community, working with the government, working on a road show to get out and about. And it's not between 71 and 88,000. I guess at this point, Chair. Oh, and the last one is just groups to target, if we want to put that up. Again, the Monterey Rotary, Salinas Rotary, Santa Cruz Rotary, South County Chamber of Commerce's, neighborhood groups, hospitality organizations, ag, military, Lions and Kiwanis, all these different organizations from South County to the Peninsula to Salinas to up into the Santa Cruz area as well, where I have numerous contacts up in that area as well. Understanding, Lisa, your concerns on that, I get that, fully acceptable. But I think if we go this route, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised with all the things that we can accomplish with my help. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm sure we have a lot of questions to ask you.
Thought about that about 3 o'clock this morning.
We're going to start at this end of the table. Director Leffel.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm very familiar with Buzz PR.
Yep.
And she's a good partner to get word out. She's been very effective for anything that I've ever used her for. This is a question about the contract, because that's what we're talking about. You had an existing contract dating back to the prior executive director here.
I did not have a contract. I do not believe, not.
You were not working for the airport?
Oh, I
during-
was working, yeah, but I didn't have a sort of a contract, retainer fee and other things like I have now. It wasn't in writing, anything with Tom.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry, that's what I.
So, but you do have a contract with us now.
Yes.
He has a retainer with us at $750.
Okay, then how do we pay him when he places ads? Because I know he's excellent at placing ads and I know he's done it. How, at $750 a month, you are not placing all those ads. So my question is, where is the contract? How is it written, and how much are we actually paying Chidlaw Marketing currently?
What we pay Chidlaw Marketing for advertising services, Chris can tell you more about his billing, but we pay him the $750. We pay to Chris any invoices that he receives from the advertising companies like KSBW or KRML or others. We pay those invoices to Chris. Chris then pays them, from which he takes a percentage for his services.
But for the most part, yes.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to split hairs, but technically In the business world, the TV radio stations pay me. And what I mean by that is if you bought $1,000 commercial, Michael's gonna pay $1,000 to them or $1,000 to me. Then they give me the discount because I'm giving them the business. But
Okay.
that's might be too in the weeds. I
Okay.
get it.
This goes with contracting and just trying to keep it clean here. So your current contract with the airport says $750 a month, period.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to see it. Okay, I would like to see it. I want to make sure that we're not bumping up and over where we're getting into an area. Do we need to amend that old contract? Are we adding on? I want to make sure that we're doing it right.
Sure.
And I'm uncomfortable with it. And part of the reason I'm uncomfortable with it is because I have a really good relationship with Chris. And I don't want this to blow up outside of the
Sure.
airport.
And I think at your request during finance committee, we incorporated the retainer into the contract that our legal counsel has prepared.
Correct.
So I think that will address your issue, your question and your concern in the new contract. Previous and the relationship regarding advertising will not change. Chris will still provide us with the background for how much we spent on each advertisement. And we will pay that directly to him and then he'll remit to the.
Okay, I don't think that I would have, it's giving me heartburn because if, I'm just gonna make up a number.
Yeah.
If you're doing $2,000 a month in placement and you're taking a percentage of that, which is what you have earned,
Yes.
we are paying that percent. We're paying that percentage. Correct?
No, we are not directly. We do not cut Chris a check for.
I
anything.
get that,
Well, I'm
but
not
it's
sure.
it's in the invoice that you're giving us. If it's $10, you're charging us $10 plus 15 cents or
No,
10.
no, and again, not the, it just say $100. So $100, I buy $100 ad.
Right.
Okay, I charge you $100. The TV stations charge me 85.
Okay. Okay. But my
Yeah,
point, you,
Right.
however it works, subtract it or add it. We are paying Chris more than $750 a month. That's my point. So if you were to pull the billing as an auditor, you would see 2,000 or 3,000 or whatever you see. So I want to make it clear that it's not $4,250 a month that is going to Chidlaw Marketing. There is actually more than that going most months because of our advertising with him. Also, when I'm guessing you went to Seattle on the road show,
Salt Lake.
I don't know, wherever you
Yeah.
went, Dallas, Salt Lake,
Yeah.
Seattle,
Been to a few-
wherever you went with Mike,
Yeah.
Chicago.
Yes.
Okay, so we also paid that, correct?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
I just want to be clear and open of what we're actually doing here, that it's not $4,250 a month. That's what I've been asking. And I keep asking and I'm just not, it's like I'm just having to drag it out of you and I don't want to. I didn't want to have to make it a big deal today, but I just feel like we have to have a new contract that says everything. This is a good time to clean it up and put it all in there together because I heard you say, hey, I'm doing the advertising, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I think it's time to make a new contract and put it all in there together as opposed to trying to piecemeal all of this and make a contract here and a contract there. Because you have said to us verbally that Chris is your confidant, he is your friend. So I know that you talk to him regularly. It makes sense that he would be the person who is representing us because he probably talks to you more than any of us. So if that's the case, he probably has more G2 of what's going on here than any of us and can react to things quickly. But Lisa and I are on social media all the time and we see what people say. We see the 82 people who say the airport is fabulous and we see the 13 with big loud voices that say that we're horrid and should go away. But somebody needs to be addressing that. That's part of this and not just us. And I think it's really important, Mike, that we do this right. That's what I've been asking. And so it's not about the 750. It's about everything else that's been there. And I haven't seen that contract in a long time. It's probably from after you first got here. And I thought it was for around 30,000 a year.
You know, to be honest, I don't know that I've ever seen that contract.
Well, I remember voting on one, so I need somebody to find it for me.
Here's one of the things I'll mention.
Chris, do you have it?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't do a lot of contract work. I get it with the board is a completely different thing. So it's kind of out of my mind, out of sight. I don't worry about that kind of stuff. I get it. But no, I don't know if I have one or not. I can look.
You get paid? You'd know if you get paid.
I don't know if I get paid. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a contract that we pay you on?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a contract.
Well,
Yeah, we do
I
not.
heard 750 a month or 450.
We have a retainer agreement with Chris for $750 a month. The strength of that retainer gives us access to Chris to then provide for his professional services to provide advice and
to place
counsel,
ads for us.
and then place ads. The placement of the ads is independent of the retainer. In this agreement that Scott wrote for us, we wrap that into the public relations side as requested at Finance Committee. In terms of how we pay the invoices for advertisement, Chris provides us with the detail behind that. We pay Chris, who then remits to the,
Okay, so just
The
to clarify
agents,
this
if
for
you will.
everybody, what you get is was it 750?
all we do is,
$750?
use, yeah, $750
Okay,
a month.
750
yes.
plus you keep the 15% from KSPW.
yes.
Okay,
And it
so
varies.
that's your pile of stuff,
Yeah.
you know, that's your compensation.
And it varies from different media organizations. Some,
Well,
15%,
then
yeah,
10
right,
to
but on as the average.
So the net to
50.
you is more than $750.
Yeah.
It's the 15%. So you have a motivation to place the ad and because you get a 10 to 15% drag off of.
I
off of
prefer
that.
clients that spend 20 grand a month versus 2 grand a month, yes.
Okay,
Number one.
Please.
Number one, paragraph 20 of the agreement, of the current agreement that's in front of you, says that this contains the entire understanding between the parties, and that it supersedes and replaces all previous agreements. So I'm gonna get to the second problem in just a minute, but as the first one, as to whether there is a previous agreement and what are the terms of it. This would eliminate all previous agreements. If someone showed up later, oh, here, I found this written agreement. Let's supersede that.
What page?
Page 8 of 18 of the agreement, paragraph 20.
but even under this agreement, the one that is come before us right now, Judd Law and Associates keep the 15% or the 10%, you know.
Yeah, that's the second.
Okay.
Sorry, but I want to deal with the first one. If there are previous agreements, you could have 100 different agreements with this bid law. As of today, if this is approved, you have one. This eliminates all the previous.
Okay, so but if he places an ad for us under this agreement, he keeps the, whatever you call that,
That's the
15%.
second component. I think we can add a sentence into the scope that says that he is authorized to place ads on behalf of the airport with the approval of the airport. The airport will pay the cost of those ads, and we understand that he may receive a commission from the place where he places the ad, and I'll get better wording than this, right? But that way, whatever commission he gets from, you know, the cost of the ad is the cost of the ad to you, you pay it. He may get a commission from someone else, you understand he's gonna get a commission. I hope that they give him a 90% commission. Great, whatever it is, right? But your ad cost isn't gonna change, the cost of the ad is the cost of the ad. Does that make sense?
Yep.
It certainly does.
Sheets, but,
It certainly does, but I think the question that was on, kind of came up here was, we're paying for his services, and his services include something he's getting a separate commission on. Okay, and that's important for us to know, because it's a total compensation package that goes, no flies on you.
No,
That's just the way life works in the advertising.
He's thick-skinned.
and I would, again, I'm not in this industry, but it would not surprise me if this industry said, if you give us so many ads per month, you get 10%. If you give us this many, you get 15%. If you give us that many.
Don't speculate or we're going down another path.
Well, no, that's why I say, I don't think you necessarily need to outline that as part of his compensation. I think you need to acknowledge in here, we understand he may get compensation as a commission from the advertising, we call the advertising source, the agency.
I think it's only relevant to the extent that we understand how the compensation business goes, and that we are paying an amount of money from the airport for his services, and that there, in addition to those services that we're getting, he is getting a commission, and we need to know what that kind of approximate total package is, because without us placing that ad, he doesn't get that commission. So.
And this is how I do it. This is how I do with all my clients, whether it's the My Chevy dealers, Carmel, Stone Imports, all of them, it's the same. But on the invoice itself, it has gross sales, $10,000 or $1,000. Agency commission that they're paying me, $150, net cost $850. That is what is on every single invoice that we receive. So that's how it's broken.
That's what you receive. What do you send to the airport?
I send my invoice with that information, $1,000 to you.
So
You know,
1,000, you pay $850.
Correct.
I've been remodeling the house for 3 years. And I'm used to this.
Should have hired a
And
professional.
contractors tell me that they get a discount. If I were to go down and buy a sink, I'm gonna pay $100 for it. If my contractor goes down and buy it, he's gonna pay $85. And he's gonna keep that $15. That's part of, so I get it. Yeah, I assume this is industry-wide.
And a lot of some people, they pay me 15% because they don't want 35 media people pounding on the door every month.
And some contractors actually add
I never asked
the price.
Oh, sure.
So, and I've had a contractor tell me that too. He adds 15% in addition to getting 15% less. So he's adding 15% to, he or she, to that retail price. So I get it. I assume this is industry-wide. This is nothing, no shenanigans that you're doing here.
Not smart
Sounds
enough.
like a 7-Eleven stick-up to me.
I'm not smart enough to come up with a different answer.
Okay.
Well, I'm more comfortable with it, and thank you for pointing out number 20 to me, because that says that whatever else was going on prior to the approval of this, that it's wrapped into this. I just want to make sure we don't have something else hanging out there. And then this falls through, but then it's like, oh, wait a minute, I have this other contract and you got to keep doing this with me. So I'm just trying to clean it up and totally understand what we've got, because when we have so many, it's just like the organization of now we have this person, now we have that job, now we have this. We've got so many moving parts all the time. It's hard for me to pay attention and understand exactly what we got going. So anyway, and Chris knows it's nothing personal.
You're the one that got me in this everything.
I did do that.
Anything else, Director Level? Anything else, Director Level?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you. Director Sani.
To go with Director Leffel, can we find that original contract, Scott, and send it to all the members, or we don't have it?
Short answer is we've got a copy of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll bet Dick Cyril has it. What do you think, guys?
Well, and if we don't have a copy, it sounds like we need to create something that has that umbrella.
No, because
That's
this
the
is
purpose.
replacing
That's,
it.
okay, we're doing it with this.
This will eliminate all previous, whether it's a verbal.
I missed that. I mean, okay. So this is gonna supersede anything that's come in. Okay, okay. And you're okay with that? Whatever. I didn't see the 750 in there. Is it there?
Mhm.
Okay,
It is.
okay. Well, I've got questions. And I appreciate, I'm definitely aware you're very great at ad and marketing placement. My questions are more about public relations. And this has been a need that I have seen in the airport for some time. I'm grateful it's finally being addressed. And I'm quite concerned that we as a board said that we needed this position internally, that we needed somebody to represent us and to be there, and that we really haven't given the due diligence for that, in my opinion. Since this is really about press items, and again, I know your niche is marketing and advertising, I'm wondering, do you have a sample dossier that we could see?
No,
Okay,
I
Do you-
can pull one together. I mean, I don't have one readily. I just don't keep that kind of.
okay. Do you have a press kit?
Sure.
Okay,
I can help you with that.
okay. I would like to see that. Could you share a little bit about your PR experience and maybe some crisis communication and things of that nature? I'm well aware that you're very connected to this community and, you know, have relationships, but I'm looking for the formal PR and some of those things that come up, especially crisis communication and even writing press releases and things of that nature. I've felt this has been missing for our district since I joined.
I do not have a lot of experience in that. That's where I use Buzz PR. She is the one that helps me do all that kind of stuff because that's what she does. She does the crisis and the press releases. That's where we work closely. I give her the information on what's going on, and then she helps me put it together. But it is not my strong forte to do that.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that answer. So that's, and I guess, is she going to be in meetings and at the airport, or how will she
Sure.
be involved?
Yeah, she, when appropriate, we'll bring her in. And when there's a crisis or anything like that, but not just a crisis, on good news as well, she will be informed of it. She will help me put the information together. I'll be the point person. I can do this, but she does that 24/7. And like Mary Ann says, she knows Marcy, and she's good at it. And she's got a lot of contacts. She'll be helping us with that. And one thing, and this might sound very self-serving, it's not meant to be because I try not to do that. The problem, there aren't those kind of people out there to fill that position. I mean, I know PR people. I know they're all part of firms. They're all doing other things because they want different accounts, different businesses. So to find a person like you're looking for, it doesn't surprise me that you got the feedback that you did. They're just not out there to do that right now. So you're going to, I can see a continual struggle trying to fill that position.
Let's see. So branding, you discussed that in your discussing the road show, and that's important to me. And I think that fits with the strategic stuff that you're talking about. But help me understand when you're going to be Chidlaw marketing and when you would be Monterey Airport when you're at meetings.
I think I would be both. When I'm at meetings, I'd be Chidlaw marketing, representing the Monterey Regional Airport at a government meeting or any other type meeting. I would be the face, the liaison between the government. I don't need to be Chidlaw marketing, Adam. I will be Chris Chidlaw marketing, representing the airport today in this matter. You know, whether it's from the Board of Supervisors or the City Council or anything that I need to be the liaison between the two companies.
Mm-hmm. And I
I get what you're saying. Somebody in here would be strictly the Monterey Regional Airport. I understand that, but I think there's a way. I think I'm savvy enough that I'll be able to make sure everybody understands that I'm representing the Monterey Regional Airport.
Okay. And to me, I think that's probably my greatest challenge with this. As a board, we saw a need for the position. And now, and I appreciate things change and we get different direction, but I struggle with that. I think there really is a need, especially as we move forward. This is nothing with you. And and I definitely know that you've got great relationships in the community and your marketing and advertising are greatly appreciated here. But as we move forward with what we have in front of us, and I've felt this for, I think, really almost 3 years since I joined, I think we need somebody internally. So that's going to be kind of my viewpoint. One of the other, sure.
And I appreciate you saying that I have contacts and relationships, and I think that's a big benefit for you.
Mhm.
Because I stake my relationships, my style, what I can do in the community up against any new PR person that you get in. I just will. I know how to communicate. I know the people. I think it's a huge plus for me to be representing you in these meetings.
And I'm concerned about the downstream flow of communication to our team here, as well as the outward and upward. And again, I think a internal position will do more to communicate ultimately. So again, this is nothing personal, just my overall feel. And I believe as a board, we had made provisions for that. And, to have this change of position or decision, especially, I think it's only been 2 months, 3 months. So it's kind of surprising, especially knowing how long this need has been there. One of the final things is groups to target on page 12. I want to make sure, and I know maybe I'm a broken record. I see later you mentioned some of these entities, but I think, well, here, yeah, it is military. There was another one that didn't. So our CSUMB, our farmers, and our defense. And I know we as a board have really requested that hospital organizations there. I think maybe I had a different I got a new packet today because I didn't have my packet from yesterday, but maybe I missed it too.
Yeah.
So anyways, that's there. All right. I appreciate what you do for the airport.
Thank you.
I know you're very connected to the community. I know you're very close to Mike, but again, I'm very concerned that we as a board approved a position and now we're really taking a different direction without really considering the ramifications of such. So I'll be cautious in my decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sable.
Thank you. Hello, Chris. And we've been around together
Yes, we
as
have.
long as the building is
Yes.
here, so thank you. My comments here are directed to you as a contractor, not Chris.
Yeah, yeah,
I've been working with
understand.
us for a long time, and then I had the same kind of concerns that are not the same ones, but I had some concerns that came up in the discussion with Director Leffel, and that is this compensation for advertising, which it exists. And the way we're constructing this contract here. So you're going to be doing two dual functions for us. You're going to be our advertising representative, just like you have been before, which we've been paying a premium for of some amount of money plus your 15% or 10% drag, whatever it is, and all that. And I think
Can I?
that's okay.
Just in fairness to me.
Yeah.
And it's just semantics. I don't just place your advertising. I do your creative. I work with Mike on community projects. I come up with the ideas. I make the radio commercials. I produce the TV commercials. So
Okay.
it's a little bit more.
So
than
you
just-
are doing that as part of the stipend
Yes.
that we give you,
Yes.
and
Yes.
whatever that is. Okay. All right. So going forward here, I was in the camp of Director Sonny. I wanted an internal function, but I thought the money we were willing to advocate for didn't even scratch the surface of somebody that would do that for us as an internal employee, so this is the only reasonable alternative going forward. I'm going to ask you a direct question here, and that is, how can you assure us that, given the way you are personally, or your company is compensated, how do we know that you're not going to necessarily skew everything towards that advertising? Because advertising versus public relations, and I'm not sure that I understand the definition here of PR versus advertising, but one of the things in this contract is you're going to be developing and placing our advertising. Okay, so from your standpoint as a contractor, you're gonna make more money the more ads we place, and how can we be assured that isn't going to skew your thinking on this as our primary advisor on public relations?
Well, I guess I could get really corny on you and bring up my mom and dad and my upbringing, but I'll just say, it's not me. That's not my style. I don't do things
Okay.
that way. I don't lose clients. I don't need money that bad to go around doing that kind of stuff. I'm Catholic. I got guilt. Okay, so it's,
A good Catholic boy.
I can't do it. I just can't do it. Yeah, I do what's best for this airport. What works the best for the Monterey Regional Airport? If this doesn't work best for the airport, we'll do something else. I believe I can do a hell of a job for you at this airport, and I'm not gonna take money this way or that way. I'm not running for a third term.
Could I,
Director, I have been working with Chris since I arrived here. We talk regularly about budget before he places any advertisements. So we have control over our own budget through that vehicle. So if Chris were starting to skew toward more advertising and less PR, I'm gonna know about it pretty quickly.
Yeah, I assumed that, it was troubling me.
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
understand.
I was almost inclined to go to the point of saying, okay, well, charge us what you pay to KSBW, for the ads, then my concerns are resolved, but I'm not going to do that. What you do with your firm is what you do. We're retaining you to do a PR function here. And as an auxiliary function, you're going to place our advertising. Okay, so I had to ask that question and make sure that we understand and everybody here understands what you're going to do on the whole
Let's
thing.
reiterate what Michael says. Michael gives me a monthly, quarterly budget to spend in advertising. He says, you got $5,000 this next 3 months to spend $5,000 a month. Yep, we don't go over $5,000. $49.50, but we don't go over
Okay.
$5,000. Never. I won't do it.
What is your definition
Let him finish.
of the difference between PR and advertising?
Well, advertising is more the branding, marketing of it, and PR is more the daily functions of what's going on in the organization, and also information about what's going on at the airport to the different entities.
Okay. So have you done a lot of PR?
Yeah.
What'd you do it for?
I've done it for my car dealers. I've done a little bit for Carmel Stone Imports, different clients of mine, when they need some help with getting PR information out to the media and out to the public. They help. Goodwill Industries, working with Buzz PR. We do some PR with them as well.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Chris has been very active in our PR efforts locally. Since I arrived, Chris has been one of the principal people to introduce me around to the community. He has been active with MCHA. He's been active in some of our one-off enterprises. He was the key driver behind, if you remember, Community Day at the airport. That was Chris. And that's PR. That's what Chris does in PR.
Okay.
And again, it's Buzz PR, public relations is part of this package.
Right.
Well, they're not here today.
That's true.
So you're in control of Buzz PR. I don't know what they do,
Yeah.
but you're in control of that. We're not paying them separately. So the focus is on you. And I'm very interested in the expanding our presence in this community being the region, Salinas Valley as well, and with our residents. Because my objective as one director is to keep our residents using this airport as much as possible, as opposed to going to our competitor up the road up here. So that's a primary concern that I have. And so outreach to our residents is important to me.
I'll give you another PR example. When I work with the Monterey Regional Airport and they get new service to Seattle or Dallas, and it's plastered all over the Herald, it's all over KSPW, it's all over websites. I did that.
You did. And I'm aware of that.
Okay.
And we paid you a fee to do
Oh,
that. I
that's
mean, a stipend.
semantics. Yes, you
Yeah,
did. But
and-
my
and
question
you
is,
got your
asked if I
15%.
do PR.
I don't attribute any ulterior motives.
I know.
There's no suggestion of that. I'm asking some good due diligence questions
Yes.
here, so that we know what we're doing, because we've never done this before.
Yeah.
All right. When you talk about I'm looking at your slides here, attending governmental meetings when necessary, liaison between the airport and government officials. What does that really mean? When is it necessary, and what are you really going to do? And by the way, I wrote down here a note. I don't want you to ever say, I'm Chris Chidlaw Advertising, and I'm here on behalf of the airport. I would like you to be Chris Chidlaw representing the Monterey Airport, period.
And I restart
Sorry.
my answer on that, and I think I caught myself saying, well, I think a little bit of Chidlow marketing ego pride, because that's
Sure.
who I am, but I understand that point completely.
Yeah.
I will be here representing the Monterey Regional Airport. I get that. I get that.
Okay, so back
Well,
to these
it's-
governmental meetings, what are you really going to do? And are you going to have any real interest in doing that? I don't know whether you've done that before or not, but
I've
the
been to-
extent to which this is a vital function.
Yes. Well, I'll give you an example. As chair of the board for MTHA for many times, the water issue. I was representing MTHA and water at Board of Supervisors meeting, the Coastal Commission. I think, are they in town today, the Coastal Commission? Yeah. I would
And today
be-
and tomorrow.
Yeah, I would be in that role. I was the one standing up speaking in front of the Board of Supervisors representing MCHA. Maybe Marianne Michael, is there something that's been airport that you've needed to be at these governments recently that somebody like me should be issues that have come up? It's just, you got a lot with your project Vision 2035 and things like this. There's a lot of things coming up that you're probably gonna want, maybe even the road situation around here, with Del Rey Oaks was in uproar. Somebody like me just goes and just represents the airport with talking points from you guys on the true situation as we see it.
Okay,
you know? So it's dependent upon what's going on in this area that you need to be there to speak to government officials about to help your position with these different bodies.
well, I see that as a very important thing, not
I
just
agree.
because
I
there's a
agree.
crisis and somebody has to go deal with it.
Right.
But because these are televised.
Yeah.
And it's a way to reach out to our
And I don't
community.
know all the politics of it, so I might be off here. Garden Road, all of a sudden you want to be a bunch of homeless people. I think you probably want representation that the
Sure.
city council saying, time out. The airport's point of view is such and such. That, working with Michael and you guys would be something I would go represent you there and get in front.
Well, it
because
might be also that using the 3 minutes that you get in front of a governmental
Yeah.
body that's televised
Yes.
and saying, oh, just want to let you know, we got a new flight to this
Yes.
and this and
Yes.
that, or
Or cell phone towers.
or
deposit
establishing
cash.
a place on the agenda for that. I mean, it's really important, because we don't have in your presentation here many ways to reach out to our residents, our community, in here. And that was a concern that I had. All of the contacts, for the most part, with one reference to neighborhood groups, were with major business organizations, Rotary, the traditional things. There was no reference to major employers in here. And we weren't real clear on what neighborhood groups were, but I see the role of, if we had an internal PR person here, they would be out speaking in front of the women's groups, other groups, non-Rotary.
You bring up-
non-chamber.
You bring up a great point. I just wrote that down. Neighborhood
Yeah.
community groups.
I see that being pervasive and
Yep.
being out in the community,
Yep.
talking to the residents, we got neighborhood associations here. So would you anticipate as part of your role with the airport, talking to neighborhood associations?
Absolutely. It's great. It's a great idea.
Okay. let me ask one other thing. The do you agree about, do you think that talking to major employers about the airport is a good idea?
And I think that's part of the ag strategy, the Taylor Farms of the world.
Well, I saw egg groups. I didn't know what that meant, you know.
Yeah.
It was-
Well,
you
you
know,
know,
you can go talk to Neil DeGroot or Neil Groot, you know, but
Norm.
that doesn't, or Norm,
Right.
that doesn't go anywhere, you know.
Right.
So I see that as you doing some outreach to people that don't normally have any contact with the airport, you know.
Right,
And,
right.
So, but you think it's important?
Yes, yes, there's a unit. Yes, I do.
Okay,
I'm just trying to, major employers in the area, that's you would know more about that. than
yeah.
I would.
And sometimes it's just a perfunctory, you know, show up, show the flag, go away. You
Well,
know, but
yes, I agree with all you, but a lot of times, you know, these major social people with large companies tend to gravitate themselves to the Rotary clubs, to the Lions clubs, to community functions and those kind of things. So remember, we'll be talking to, in my Rotary club that are no longer in, there was 120 you know, doctors, leaders of companies, CFOs, you know, all different lists of professions sitting in that room.
well, the easy hit is the Rotary Club. The not easy hit is to CSUMB and some staff or something
Yeah.
out there and arranging those meetings, getting them to return your call.
Yes.
To do all that.
Yes.
So, and finally, I had, this is something I brought up several times. I get newsletters from San Jose International regularly, you know, like every 2 months or something like that. I thought it's they always are advertising whatever the new thing they're doing and how good they are and all that. Mike doesn't necessarily agree with me, and I'm not in control of this, but how do you feel about newsletters to people that don't necessarily do Facebook regularly or whatever our current thing is?
Well, currently I work doing newsletters with Goodwill. And I think when you have a bunch of employees like Goodwill does, it's very good because you can talk to them through newsletters. I think newsletters here periodically would be a good idea. You know?
With residents?
Yeah, we can do direct mail pieces. There's different ways to get to the.
Even if it's an online thing,
Yeah.
you know, but and again, this is the decision for you and Mike to make.
Any of
but-
those things can be done. Everything that you brought up can be done,
Okay.
and I
All right.
appreciate it.
I know you're easy to work with and I can support you doing this role. I just wanted to define how we're paying you and what the total amount of compensation you get from all this. And number two, the specifics, because developing a strong marketing presence or a powerful public presence. I didn't know what that meant. Do you know what that means? It sounded great, you know.
That, as Michael and I have talked before, the main thing that we want to do branding the airport, you know, be through PR. When anybody thinks about traveling, they need to go to the Monterey website, Monterey Regional website. That is in their mind all the time. The first thing they do is go here. That's powerful, reaching the people, so that's what they do. They know what's going on out here. That's always one of our top goals. You know, I'm getting ready to fly. Monterey Regional Airport.
And your surveying would help to identify
Yeah.
whether that thought is in their head.
Yes, yes. And
Okay.
I know it's gone up. That thought has gone up over the last couple of years. I can tell you that.
All right. Thank you.
I appreciate all these questions. I get it. I understand. There's, you know, I understand. So
Yeah.
thank you very much.
And thank you, Carl.
Thank you. Director Sani, you had a quick follow-up?
Yeah, I think Attorney Huber can address this a bit, but in addition to Mr. Chidlaw's character, we also have the retainer. So he's ultimately working in our best interest, and I think we're protected there. I mean, it's not so as far as the ad dollars and things like that, but I think that protects us
And
as a district with
and
that.
you asked the question, so I want to reiterate. Yes, I would be there representing the Monterey Region. I'm Chris Chidlaw. representing-
Can't get rid of that.
Well, Chris, I appreciate all your
Oh,
efforts for our airport.
I
You
love
know,
doing it.
and every time I pick up the Herald and I see a jet taking off from our airport where we got a story front page, top fold. We've had a few of those. I mean, that is, that's advertisement you really can't buy, stuff like that. And, we have been getting a lot of coverage, so I thank you for your efforts there. Marcy, I've worked with her. I'm on another board. She helps us out, does a great job. So too bad she couldn't have been here to maybe
That's
answer some of
completely
these.
my fault. I should have invited her, so that's my bad. I didn't think, about that. So again, my bad.
If we move forward with this contract, I hope
Yeah,
we can
absolutely.
bring her in to just have the board meet her and talk a little bit about our strategy.
The intent is to do that quarterly.
Okay.
If Chris chooses to bring Marcy in, that certainly can be done.
I'd love to bring Marcy in. Marcy's great. I'm not gonna subject Michael to a lot of meetings with Marcy, but we'll bring her in.
And when you're looking, and if we move forward with this contract, and it's my desire that we certainly do, you have a wealth of contacts that this board has. So, utilizing that benefit that you have, I think would be very helpful.
And I'll just give you an example real quick. They reached out to me. Tomorrow you're having 60 or 70 Santa Cruz chamber people in this building. And they reached out to me to see if they could come. They're doing a little road show in Monterey, different businesses. And they wanted to come by the airport and they reached out to me because I have those contacts. So that's just another example.
Yeah. Some people that we have contracts with, like with the city of Monterey, city of Delray Oaks, they give us monthly reports. I don't know if that's in the works, but that would certainly be helpful. I think if the board got quarterly or
Well, the intent is quarterly.
okay.
That's what's written into the contract.
And something we've discussed, that right now there doesn't seem to be that talent out there that we're looking for. But at some future point, if this doesn't go in the direction we want, we certainly can end this probably a lot easier than we could end a relationship if we were to hire somebody.
We'll go over all that at one of your buildings on Garden.
Yes.
No, not Garden, 68.
When
So can I make a motion that we approve the professional service agreement
okay,
between the Monterey Peninsula Airport District and Chris Chidlaw doing business as Chidlaw Marketing?
okay, I have a question here I want to ask our attorney. What is if we were to end the contract, can you just remind me of that, what's in there?
Yeah, there's a clause.
30 days, I believe.
Actually, you can end the clause, you can end the contract at any time by giving notice, and then you would direct him to just stop work, and then you only pay for the work that has been done at that point. Well, it says I think it says there's a 30-day cancellation.
I think there's.
You can direct him to stop work immediately, and then you only have to pay for the work that has been previously done.
And it's just a 1-year contract.
Yeah, it's
I thought it was renewable.
It's renewable,
It is.
but it is
But it's
one,
just-
1 year.
Okay, that sounds good. Go ahead.
It relates to the motion. Has this contract been before the Air Services Committee?
Yes,
What was the recommendation?
that we
has-
do it.
What?
The Air Service Committee reviewed it and agreed unanimously that we should proceed forward with the contract.
And it has also been by Finance Committee as well,
Okay,
2 months ago.
well, we
But it's been-
modified it since then. It's changed.
We
since then.
did change it at the request of Finance Committee to
Yeah.
include the retainer. Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
we have a motion. Do we have a second? Well, I will second the motion then.
Just as a point of clarification, would you like me to add in the phrase that I mentioned about you'll place the ads in the direction that the airport approves? We will pay for the advertising and we understand and acknowledge it. Negative commission from.
No,
I want to be clear, so we talked about it. I just want to make sure if you want it or not.
no.
I don't think it does any harm to have it in there. It makes it, it's total transparency, you know.
Yeah, I'm a fence sitter on it, to be honest with you. It doesn't do any harm to have it in there, but it doesn't have to either. Because that's obviously the understanding of the parties that pretty well laid out in the agreement.
I
My
would
concern
advocate
was
for
that we
I
just
would
weren't running
advocate
two
for that.
contracts.
Inclusion of that in the wording of the contract. I would advocate.
Does anybody, do you want to amend your motion?
I'll amend my motion with a statement in there concerning that.
Okay. I will second the amended motion.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Director Pick,
Is not here.
absent. Director Sani,
No,
Director Leppel,
Yes,
Director Sabo,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. Well, welcome aboard
Thank you.
again.
And I know who I'm gonna prove.
It's not about approving.
I know.
It's about an open position and.
Thank you very much. It's gonna be.
Well, you get a T-shirt, I mean, a Monterey airport T-shirt or
That's
A
part of it.
keychain.
That's
Key
and a
fob.
That's
keychain.
part of the PR. That's part of the PR plan, new t-shirt.
hopefully you've provided that with us, right? Have that in the.
Thank you very much.
Welcome,
Thank
Chris.
you, Chris.
Welcome.
Looking forward to this new expanded relationship.
Yeah, thank you.
Good things.
And Chris,
And,
let me just share this with you, you know, we have this quarterly meeting, report thing and all that, but the extent to which you and Mike come up with a strategic plan for advertising, which is, or for PR. Maybe you could share that a little bit earlier than just once a quarter, you know, it's not a result thing, it's that plan. you know.
Yeah. Right now on television, we're focusing a lot on local news because of a certain demographic, 49er football you'll find yourself in, Raider football you'll find yourself in to reach that crowd over there in Salinas. So it is thought out plan, and the Warriors, and being some Warriors as well.
Yeah,
So we can share.
Yeah, we're following the plan that was articulated when we had the discussion during budget about advertising. So
Okay.
And when we're switching.
But we have a PR plan coming, not just an
there,
advertising.
you will
plan
have
right
a PR plan coming,
Okay.
yes, a
And that's what-
coordinated PR plan. Part of the benefits of having Mr. Chidlaw on board now is he'll bring the advertising acumen that he already brings to the table. Will involve Amanda in social media and will also involve Chris in public relations. So the three will be coordinated and the efforts will be with one vision.
Oh, wonderful.
Isn't that nice?
Sounds like he was ordained to sit on the right hand of God.
Espiritu Santo, Santo.
And he's got a cumin.
Who?
Well, he said it.
Yeah.
We're gonna use your acumen, you know, so
I know what I don't have, but I'm just looking at this.
thanks, Greg.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thanks. Talk to you.
Why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we will return.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, we are back in session. The time is 11:10 a.m. And we are at a regular agenda item number 4. Mr. Lapierre.
This is resolution number 1833. It would appoint a new chief financial officer for the association, which controls the common area of the properties at 2801 Monterey Salinas Highway. Previous CFO for the association was my former deputy executive director of planning and finance and administration. With his departure, we need to appoint a new CFO, and this resolution would appoint Mark Wilson as the new controller, but also as the new, would appoint Mark Wilson as the new CFO of the association. The association is really something we inherited from the previous owners, and its intent is to manage the common areas of the property. Currently, you own all of the property. During Finance Committee, we were asked to examine whether we should eliminate this association. We did determine that it is a registered association, so there's a process that we'd have to go through. But I'll ask Scott to give you a little bit of a background on next steps for the association. But this resolution does not address the longevity of the association. It simply appoints the CFO.
The other question I asked was, does it file a tax return if it's an official corporation?
We have not filed a tax return.
Should we have been?
So, the short answer is probably.
Yeah.
Yep, probably. And the reason why I have to head that is I'm not sure that we have taken a step of converting it to a government controlled corporation status with the Secretary of State.
So it's like a pretend corporation?
No, it's a regular corporation. It's a regular standalone for-profit corporation. When you do it, when you change it to a government corporation, when you change the status of it, you're sometimes exempt. For example, Monterey Airport, to my knowledge, does not file a tax return.
We do not.
Because we're a government agency. But having said that, the short answer is, yeah, we will likely need to do that to show that there was no, to show that there was revenue coming in and what the expenses were from the common area. The revenue for the common area and the common area expenses will be the same. They'll balance out. And that's a function of the real estate contract. Because, so let me back up. As you recall, there were 5 total parcels at 2801. 4 of them were building parcels, and 1 was common area, all of the common area. Of the 4 building parcels, only 2 had been built on. You got the back building, and then you got the front building, which currently has no one there. So this 5th parcel is related just to the common area. And it does have a separate APN number for that reason. When those buildings were full, the agreement, the lease agreement that the former owners put in place called for they would have a monthly fee of an estimated cost of expenses, and then they would true them up at the end of the year. Each tenant, based on how many square feet they rented, would pay their proportional share of the common area expenses based on the number of square foot they leased divided by the total number of square footage available for lease. That's still in the agreement as of right now. At some point in the future, you may decide you don't want to do that. At some point in the future, you may decide you would like to eliminate that. If there is a common area charge, then you can just estimate what they are. You can merge the properties together if you like. If you do decide to eliminate the common area as a separate APN, we'll have to do a lot merger, which is not a big deal with the county. It can be done very simply. But again, as it stands right now, we do have a separate corporation that represents the common area interest. Previously, the previous owners did that so that they would set it up so that there was a voting capability. If they wanted to do improvements, they would put it to all of the tenants. And I'm just going to use it as an example. Hey, we'd like to put up new lights in the parking lot. They're going to cost X number of dollars. Your share would be so much. You want to do that? Let's vote. And then everybody would have a proportional vote to determine if they want to make the improvements or not. I don't see that as something that you will necessarily want to do. But again, there's no rush in getting rid of the separate common area corporation at this point. If you want to do that, we certainly can. But where we are today, you do have it in existence. It does need to have a representative. And we do need to file the tax returns for those that have not been filed. You have up to 3 years to do it without any penalty. In this instance, but
Well, this is our third year of owning it, so
yeah, it's also ironic we haven't received a notice about that.
who knows where it goes? It could be going to some 2801 office. I mean,
Yeah, I would doubt it though, because with the Secretary of State, we did change all of the mailings here with Tim. So I don't know, we'll have to look into it.
We see no communication that we got anything notifying us of delinquency or anything. To the extent that we have to do it, we will do it. We were not notified that we needed to do that, so we'll correct that as needed.
unfortunately, with the government not being notified doesn't wash. Lisa and I know that.
Yep.
So that was my major question, was just if we got an entity that we're doing all of this, then where is it?
Yeah.
Does it have its own EIN?
It,
No, EIN.
Oh, for the tax.
I know it did. Because I saw it in the documents. I would assume that EIN transferred over to us. Again, we'll have to look in. Not sure. Yeah.
Okay. Anything
Well,
else?
geez, Mark,
Director?
you get appointed and then you get to go back and fix whatever happened.
Yeah. Anything else, Director Liffle?
No, I'll go on record as saying I think it's probably something we do want to hold on to, just to have another layer over there. As long as
Yeah.
it's not real hard to do the separate return. It doesn't sound like it's got much activity.
No, there hasn't been any activity to speak of. And when we eventually develop, there are 2 additional parcels over there that could be developed if we chose to. At that point, Scott and I were talking, it might be wise to have this in place so that we can institute a common area charge of some nature and have a vehicle to administer
I mean, it's very
Yeah.
it's standard.
it. It is.
Who parks there?
Mostly it is employees of, well, almost exclusively, it's employees of the tenants in the large building.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say to you, because I have had a relationship with Fenton Keller for 30 years. And at most, on any day, I don't care, even when Chuck and Lou were around, that parking lot was never more than half full. That parking lot is full. I believe that people are using it as a park and ride. And I have noticed it 2 or 3 times going past there recently. I mean, it's parked out. So people, I believe, have found that they can park there, make arrangements and have somebody. I see Chris is wiggling around her seat, but I will tell you that those are not people that are all inside Fenton and Keller.
The police, they patrol it nightly and we don't allow overnight parking. So no, it's not.
Chris, I didn't say overnight.
No, even during the day. We've been over there recently and they have a lot of people coming and going. So a lot of their clients are coming and going. Sit over there and you'll just see people walking in and out of that building on a consistent basis. And we were doing that one day as we were standing there watching. So I don't believe so. And we do patrol it.
Wow, we should be raising their rent. They're making lots of money. They never had that many clients, not ever. And even when the front building was really fully occupied, that parking lot was never full, because those are my clients over there. I was in and out there all the time.
Yeah, we just don't see any evidence of that. We'll continue to watch it, and if it appears that is occurring, then we'll be on top of it. But
What do
we
you
haven't seen
suspect?
it.
It's carpooling or
That's
what?
what I think.
That's what she's, and our police have been over there at our request, and they don't see evidence of that.
Do we have it
How would
posted?
you know? you know.
Well, they sit there and
Cars
they watch.
are.
It's visual. They sit there and they watch. And if they see people getting out of one car and into another, that's indicative of carpooling. They're not seeing that.
Do we have signs posted in the lot that would prohibit that or?
I don't know. We do not.
There were previously, I don't know, I haven't checked to see in the last 3 years if they're still there.
Yeah, I don't believe that they
They
are.
may not be. They may have taken that.
I don't recall those signs even being there, but that's how good the signage would have been. So I don't even recall them being there. Or how good my memory is, one of the two. Seems to be failing.
Anything else, Director Leffel?
No.
Director Sani?
Just to go on Director Leffel, so we've got to communicate with the Secretary of State about this change or our ownership now?
We would need to file a document with the Secretary of State that changes the agent for the corporation. And then we would have to file tax documents with the franchise tax board. I think they changed their name to something else.
FTB, I think it's still FTB. Okay. And the reason to keep the common area is just if we would add additional buildings to it?
Yeah, right now it's not a burden to us to have it there. There's not a benefit to getting rid of it. There's potentially more of a benefit to keeping it.
Okay. How does insurance work with that? If we've got a separate corporation or entity, do we have to have a different policy then? Or we've got riders off of that or?
The property is insured fully.
Mhm.
It is insured under our rider,
Okay.
under our policy.
So even though it's another entity or that entity is under our umbrella essentially at that
Because
point?
you own the property.
Okay.
It's covered under your insurance.
Public agency insurance, you give them a list of APNs that you have and they're included. I'm dealing with this for another agency. Even if you own it and you didn't list it, they still would cover it.
Cover it. Okay. How many other APNs do we have on the airport totally? Do we? Okay. Have we ever done
We have them on our ALP, we have to, so we have them on our property map that we have to file with FAA. I'd have to look, probably about 7, so anything that was added to the property after the district was formed would be a separate APN, and it was not incorporated into the original. So the
Original.
original is 1, which was the majority of the property, upwards of 450 acres.
Okay.
But again, the additional properties that were purchased and added on later stayed as their own APNs currently.
Okay.
I think it's about 7 or 8, but they are listed. We do know what they are and we have them listed.
So it's under a dozen, whatever that additional. Okay. Thank you. I don't have
Thank you.
anything else.
Director Sabo?
Thank you. Question for Scott. Given that this is a corporation, and we have officers, do we have any obligations to have annual meetings of any sort?
You also do have obligations.
Yep.
Yeah, and you do have obligations.
Okay. Have we been having them? Are we going to have them?
We,
I can answer that question.
yeah,
Answer is yes, we're going to.
Or we're going to have them?
yeah,
Okay.
we will do what needs to be done to bring us into full compliance.
Oh, good.
Yeah, isn't
Um,
that surprising?
yeah. Then the other thing is where does this term, chief financial officer come from? Is that in statutes or something or what?
It's from the state form, actually. The state form identifies the agent for service and process, a chief financial officer, a secretary, and a president of the corporation.
Oh. I find it interesting that this little ancillary piece of property has a chief financial officer, but we don't, so.
Well, interesting enough, again, and I'm going back to my, to just some of the searches I've had to do to, on corporations in my history, even recent history. You'd be amazed at how many of them list the same person for every single position. You list just one person for.
That's legal, huh?
Sure, it is legal. You gotta, if I wanted to go out and start a corporation tomorrow, I could go do that. I said, I file the article with the corporation. I'm it. I'm everything. I'm a one-person owner. I'm everything in the corporation. So my name will be on every line.
Well, does the person, does the position of chief financial officer have some obligations associated with any liabilities that go along with that position? And I understand this is a paperwork exercise for the most part, but does it have any potential liabilities?
No personal liabilities, I can say that.
Okay,
Whatever, any liabilities would be the liability of the corporation.
okay, so then the chief financial officer doesn't have any real responsibilities then, other than what, filing the annual return or something? Okay, all right, thank you.
The secretary's got the most because they have to certify everything. It all comes down to the secretary. The president or chair just kind of skates on through, and the secretary is where the bag is being held.
Yeah, I have no questions, so I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved, second.
Okay.
It's currently 1:27 p.m. As a reminder, please stay seated with your seatbelt fastened.
And Dino Pick, Director Pick has joined us at 11:27.
With
Welcome
fanfare.
back, Dino.
Thank you, Chair.
I think Bill got credit for the motion and Mary Ann seconded. No,
It doesn't matter.
it was both at the same time, but Mary Ann acquiesced and seconded.
Director Pick?
I will abstain since I just dialed in. I'm not sure what the vote's on.
But we're glad to know the flight details. Director Pick.
One you did not
In
want to
Texas.
hear. Okay.
Director Sawney,
Yes.
Director Leffel,
Yes,
Director Sabo,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Executive Director Lapierre, item number 5.
I'm going to defer to legal counsel on this item. We did the work regarding resolution 1834.
Very good.
I did some of that. This is an update of the government. I updated all of the items that had changed, whether it was based on statute or.
Chair, I apologize for interrupting. I can't hear council.
Must have turned it off. Can you hear me now, Dino?
Dino, can you hear now?
Yeah, Scott, I got you now.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay, so we've talked about this at some length, but this is the revision of the governance manual that has been, again, contemplated for some time. I revised everything where there was a statute that had been updated. I made those revisions. If there was a change in policy or procedure that had been previously voted on by this district, I made those changes. For example, one of those, a significant one, is the transition from at-large elections to by district elections. That's referenced in here. I updated the language. Throughout the document, it referenced the general manager, and prior to or upon hiring Mr. Lapierre as the executive director, you changed the title from general manager to executive director. So I referenced that here throughout the document. I also updated the ordinance or the resolution accordingly that made some of the changes in a footnote. Interestingly enough, in going through this, I discovered there were 3 other documents that were referenced in the governance manual that I also updated or let you know that I wasn't going to update it. The first one was I want to get the title of it right here. The first one is an employee travel interim policy memorandum. It was interim because it was put in place really quickly, but then it was they never got rid of the interim part of the title. So I updated that as well as best I could. The next one is a director remuneration and expense reimbursement policy. That's for board of directors. I updated that one as best I could, also included it as well. The third document was some financial accounting procedures. Those were updated 4 years ago with the help of the auditors. I did not update those, although I did provide them as an attachment. So those are, because they were recently updated, I didn't go through and update those because I figured the auditor would let us know if they needed to be, and they haven't, you know, it hasn't needed to be updated since then. 4 years ago is pretty recent on that document. These others had not been updated since 2006, the other two documents I referenced. So in going through the governance manual, there are some areas that I looked at and I thought, oh, this is interesting that it's included. I don't know that I would have included if I were drafting this from scratch. But because it is a document that we're amending, I didn't remove anything. I also didn't add anything that I thought, hey, this would be nice to add. Not that I came up with any of those, but all I did was update. If you would like something added or removed, it's your document. We can certainly do that based on your comments and questions and what you would like. And I'll give you just an example of one of those things that I thought was curious that it's here. Don't know that, again, if I were doing this from scratch, I would have included it, but you know, is there a harm to having it? Certainly not. But one of them was near the end. Let's see here. Oh, it was really related to the fair process laws. And one of the subcategories is competitive bidding requirements for public contracts.
What page are you on?
Well,
19.
19. There we go. You know, I don't know that I would have necessarily included that if I were drafting this organically from scratch. Competitive bidding requirements is a requirement on public contract in some way, shape, or form, including the payment of prevailing wage. That's really handled by staff. And we just let you know what the process is that we use to comply with that in a staff report. I don't know that and again, since it changes from time to time, you know, that again, it's something that would just necessarily need to be updated. It's not something that you necessarily would think about all the time, other than, did you go out to competitive bid and you look at the staff report and you'll see, well, we got bids, or we went out to, here's an RFP that you approved. And, you know, so I don't know that I would necessarily have included that. Is it bad to have it in here? Not necessarily, but like I said, I don't know that I would have included it organically if I were drafting this from scratch. But anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions or concerns you have about the modifications that are there. I did use track changes, so you can see the items that were removed are use the strikeout. Items that are added has an underline. I'm not sure ultimately what color it showed up in.
Right.
Was it red or blue? The funny thing is when I do it, it shows up as one color, and when I email it to someone and they open it up, it comes out frequently as a different color. So that's why I say I don't know what color is there, but happy to answer any questions, concerns.
You made a modification this morning after something came up, right?
Well, I'll talk about that one, and I can share my screen here to show that, but the discussion was related to job descriptions. And I did prepare some language that I can show you. It's very short and quite frankly to the point. Let me share my screen here. Zoom. Share screen, and I want this one. Come on. Share. There we go. So it's under employee compensation. If the desire is to add job descriptions in that the board approves job descriptions. Let me increase this a little bit so it's a little bit bigger for you. So, previously you just said employee compensation, the board of directors sets compensation, but we can add job descriptions there. The board of directors approves job descriptions and sets compensation ranges for each position description. That makes it clear that you approve the job description.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it.
Okay,
Could I suggest we maybe do the organizational chart with that too?
We can add in, I mean, again, this is your document. We can add in an organizational chart. The question is,
No,
the question is, when the organizational chart changes, every time you do change an organizational chart, you're gonna be updating the governance manual. And so,
no, the organizational chart is not approved by
I
the
didn't,
board.
so I don't, it needs to be in the governance manual?
no, the organization.
I wouldn't want the chart itself, but I think that we approve the chart
No,
would
the
be,
organizational chart is not approved by the board. It is approved by the executive director and prepared by the executive director. It's it illustrates how I have the organization.
I
set
think
up.
maybe that's where our fundamental difference is.
I think maybe that could well be the case, because that is not a board function. That is the executive director's function.
Okay, so I go back to Attorney Huber's, go ahead and finish.
Okay, by the terms of the governance manual, by the terms of the enabling legislation, and by terms of the ordinances passed by the board, the appropriate ordinances, the employees work at my direction.
Mhm, mhm.
And the organization is mine to administer,
Mhm.
which would mean that the organizational chart is mine to administer and develop. I don't need board approval for that, because we don't do that.
I strongly disagree with that. And I go back to Attorney Huber's comment earlier today that we're creating the context. We are not responsible for filling any of those positions or, oversight of those positions. But we do have strategic oversight in what the structure of the organization. And I agree. I mean, I hope we are working closely with you to what that structure is to ensure that we have the people and the resources needed to facilitate the district's business.
You have policy and oversight. That is your role. Oversight of the organizational chart is provided when we do budget. We include the organizational chart in the budget documents. You do not approve it. It is.
Well, I approve the budget. I mean, we all
You
approve the budget.
You approve the budget, but inclusive in the documents we give you is the organizational chart as supporting information for the salary schedule, which you do approve.
Okay, I'll look to others for clarification on this. I'd look to the attorney for clarification. And I think maybe that's the crux to the issue. I absolutely agree that building the team and facilitating the people and, the reviews and things like that is definitely under yours. But I think that the board does have an oversight role in ensuring that we've got the strategic people in positions that are needed for the district's business.
Again,
the problem I have when you say we approve the organizational structure, I mean, we do have some oversight because we are determining who the people that get hired, I mean, not who the people are, but what positions we're going to fund. An organizational chart is more than that. It is who reports to who, and that's clearly outside of our role. We do not say that X and person X, Y, and Z reports to this person. That is clearly the oversight of the executive director. But we do have oversight and when we do our budget workshops, we do have oversight on what positions we're going to fund and what we're going to call them and what the job descriptions are. So I see there is an opportunity to address the things that concern you, Director Sani, without stepping into an area where Mike is clearly the person that makes those calls on who reports to who and who does the evaluations on who.
So I'll go ahead and amend to organizational functions then if we're concerned about the tree of who reports to who and how. But I think again, that strategic overlay of how the organization is structured is quite important. And I think that is purview of this board.
Are you proposing a change to the governance manual to reflect that?
I would, yes, I would, and I don't think it needs, I mean, I guess I think that, I mean, we need clarity on where the lanes are and where the roles are, especially since this continues to be a concern. And I definitely understand that we are not responsible for fulfilling positions or oversight of positions once they are filled, but I think it is our purview. I mean, for one, I, as a board member, have been saying for at least a couple years, we need public relations and we need more in that role as an organization. And we're finally fulfilling that. So that's just one example. But I think we as a board need to make sure we've got oversight. And I think there's reason to show that in this document. And I don't need a chart, call it what you want to call it. But I think, you know, to me, it's a chart. I'm not looking for the structure of who reports to who, but just the big boxes of how it all works together is what I'm looking for.
And
But
that's my
whatever we
point.
want to call it.
And that's my point. We do have that oversight when we approve the budget and the positions we're going to fund. Mr. Huber, do you have anything to add to that, or?
Well, so let me go down just the, I'm in my mind, I'm going down the tree of what has happened with the airport specifically in this. Generally speaking, as part of the job, as part of the adoption of the job description, it will indicate who that person reports.
Scott, can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Let me talk into the microphone. Is that better?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, I need to remember to talk straight into it. Generally speaking, what the board in approving job descriptions, one of the items as part of a job description is who that person reports to, right? That needs to be identified as part of the job description. You'll recall that as part of the contract with Mr. Lapierre, there is a reference to Ordinance 909, which did outline a lot of these lanes. And I've been quickly scanning 909 to try and see, is there some you know, information in here that's going to shed light on this. So I hesitate to say, I think there's accuracy on both sides of this. Yes, the board does approve job descriptions, which includes who that job or who that category, who that position reports to, right? That's part of the job description. So does that mean that the board approves the organizational chart? While I think there's some fingerprints on it, I don't think the board necessarily approves an organizational chart. The board does approve which positions report to what other position. Does that make sense? Who the supervising positions are, or what the supervising positions are for each lower position. That is the purview that does happen as part of the adoption of job descriptions. So this is where I say we quickly got into the deep end and into the gray area of the matter. But there is, like I said, there are some fingerprints on it that the board can play a role in because you set the job descriptions. You determine which positions report to what other position. And again, I've been scanning 909 really quickly, and there is in section 1B, it talks about all deputy or assistant managers, secretary, controller, manager. It talks about, there's a laundry list of them, and it says shall be appointed and removed by the general manager, which is now the executive director. Again, that goes back to you create the space, the executive director fills the space. So there is, we can tease out that relationship a little bit further in this if necessary, but I think ordinance 909 really encapsulates it, to be candid. And I apologize to you, Director Sani, as you were talking about the conversation morphed a little bit into an organizational, do you say structure, organizational responsibilities or functions? Yeah, I didn't follow along with that because I was quickly trying to get an answer to that very direct question that I knew that was presented before, but so I need more information.
So if I may clarify, Chair Miller discussed, maybe, I mean, we don't have reporting and all of that, and I'm fine with that. But as you talk about, I think it's exactly that organizational space that we do create. And I mean, we create it with the positions that are there. But again, I think that visual, and I go to what we voted on today, item G3, we didn't have an organizational chart included. We didn't have it when we did the finance position. And what we're doing is we're changing the structure of the organization, which leads back to Director Lawful's comment that every time we do that, it adds a level of, just where are we going for our employees? And I think it's really important that I would rather see that we set the direction versus always moving the parts. And I understand that we have a lean operation here too. So I'm respectful of both. And I guess I just look for clarity, but I go to your council's position that the board creates the space for these positions. And I don't feel that that's understood or appreciated. I absolutely understand that the executive director is responsible for his team, our team, ultimately, not his team, our team and the district's team, and that we do not have, direct interaction or oversight of that. But I think, again, that the structure is something that we really need to have purview in. And I see that as an oversight function. I see that as a due diligence as one board member. So that's my concern. And I hear that this is a gray area. I'm grateful we can have a conversation. Mr. LaPierre, please understand, I'm not trying to be in the day-to-day function, but I'm just ensuring that we have the overall positions that are needed. And again, I go back to, for example, the PR position that had been open for some time.
And I do understand that, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I need you to.
Chair, I'd like to comment when possible.
Sure.
I also need you to understand that your role is, if you see a deficiency in what we are doing and how we are responding, I'll use PR as an example. That has been something that you've been articulating for some time. I now address that in response to your concerns and the concerns of the board. That's when I bring forward things like today, or things like during budget, the PR specialist position that's now been eliminated. That's how this is supposed to function. That's how we have functioned since I've been here and since prior to the time that I was here. Is the board articulates your concerns. It is my responsibility to respond to those.
Mhm.
And that's how I do that. The organizational structure, who reports to who, Scott is correct on each and every job description. There is a reporting authority. We stay within those boundaries unless I come back to you and change that. That's the structure that we have.
Mhm.
There isn't the blob structure. There is an organizational chart that we provide every year during budget for your review. So you can then tell that the positions that you approve and fund during the budget process, how those are to be functioned.
And we as a board have made some big changes to that in the last 3 months. And I just don't think we've had conversation and review of that ultimately. And that's where I think this concern all relies ultimately, or stands. And again, I think I don't know. I'll let others speak and see where it goes, but I've been pretty clear with my concerns.
Okay.
Thanks.
Director Pick wanted to comment. The floor is
Yeah, thanks.
yours.
Thank you, Chair. From Dallas Fort Worth International Airport. Look, I think I'm comfortable with the language as stated, and I appreciate the addition that council made, adding position descriptions. I think that's sufficient for our governance manual. Mike, I think what you're hearing loud and clear from Director Sani, Director Leffel, and myself is that we need to see when we bring a new or changed position, whether it be contractual or FTE internal, to the board, that we'd like to see the context within which that change is being proposed, whether that be an organizational chart, a line and block chart, whatever you want to call that, or staff report that describes it, or both, so that we can understand and execute our oversight duties when approving a position or a salary change. I don't need that, and it shouldn't, frankly, I don't think, in my opinion, be in the governance manual. You do have prerogative to organize the organization as you see fit. Absolutely. We just need the context within which we are making individual decisions on positions. I think you've heard that pretty clearly today. And I would hope you respect that going forward and can meet it. To me, it's not us approving an organizational chart. It's you informing the board what you plan to do, so that when we approve a position description or salary change, we understand the context within which it's happening. That's all I have.
In that context, as articulated by Director Pick, I have absolutely no problem showing you the organizational chart as I ask you to approve positions. That's fine.
Yeah, that to me
That's
sounds like that may
absolutely
fix some of the
Yeah.
some of the concerns that we
Sure.
might have. Okay, you happy with that, Director Sani? Does that?
It still leads me to feel like we're not looking at the oversight of the structure of the organization. And if we're saying as a board that we want Mike to be responsible for that to some extent versus, I mean, I get we've got some oversight responsibility, but again, everything's being fed up to us versus having an overview. And I don't know how to, I can diagram it, I can show, but I don't know how better to articulate it. But I guess I think everything, and I appreciate we are working with Mike and he is executing, and it's absolutely, but for me, two big things. I mean, we've changed our CFO role and we've changed, strategy and operations. And I haven't seen a visual of that. And I think those are really big positions. And I think we maybe have some gaps that haven't been thought of ultimately. As we promote, there's always opportunity, or as you change positions, there's opportunities that other things aren't getting filled. So that's my concern. But hopefully we can handle it in other ways. I agree. I don't think org chart should be in the governance manual. I just want it to be clear that the board does have some oversight to the structure of the organization in the district.
And it sounds like that just puts the onus on us when we're approving these things to keep that in mind. And once a year, when we do set up the budget, we certainly have the opportunity to have input and direction on this when it's brought before us. But,
And I hope that when things are brought before us, especially at the higher levels, that we've got a visual of how it's changing and how it will be different in the future.
yeah, I think that's good.
I appreciate words, but I also appreciate a visual, and I think that's also helpful to the community to understand that.
Are you happy with the way this reads right now?
I don't know how it reads right now.
Well,
we just added the
we've
job
added the word
description,
job
so that's
description.
fine. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That I
And
mean,
keeping in mind, job description says who reports to who, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think it's unreasonable to say, when we do make these changes, that we see an organizational chart especially, well, it's just good if we're changing title names or something. Okay, sounds good.
Do you
So
know, is your
Yeah.
hand still up or are you new?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for noticing that. I'm going to open it up for questions in the entirety of this. I asked one thing, and I would hope that
I
each,
didn't get a chance to,
oh, I'm sorry, Bill. Go ahead.
I'm easy to ignore.
I was going to give everybody
For
an
a
opportunity.
minute, you know, so.
Are you talking about this specific thing that or are you talking about?
I'm talking about this agenda item.
Okay, I'm going to give you that opportunity. We sort of went to a sidebar discussion here on one particular item.
Oh, okay. What,
And I thought
are
we-
we off of that or not?
I thought we were. But I mean, if you want to talk about that one specific thing, or in just a minute
No,
here.
I don't want to talk about that specific thing. Yeah, I wanted to kind of get I have comments on the whole governance manual.
Yes, and I'm
So,
giving you, and I will give you an opportunity to say that.
Later.
No, we're here in just in a second.
Oh, in a second.
But what I would hope all of us would comment on is a change that I would like to see. And that is how we select the chair. It's always been sort of haphazard, we've always done it when we were at large by position. The way the county does it for the Board of Supervisors, because their district, like we are now too, they do it in order of the districts. We have an opportunity to implement that next year. Director Sani is scheduled to be the chair. And fortunately enough, she is in District 1. So it just happens to work out that way. If we follow past practice, it's up to her to select who the vice chair is. But I think that's going to be Director Sabo if we follow the order that's not really written down anywhere, and he's in District 2. So, we have an opportunity to enact that some wording that we follow that moving forward. Instead of what we've been doing in the past. Because decisions are made and they're not really being made in public, it's at the prerogative of the chair, and I would just like to see us return to some sort of written structure on that. But I just comment on that when you comment on everything else in this report. Okay, let's start with Director Sabo, and then we'll move to Director Pick, and then work our way
Okay, I'm
down.
commenting on the whole concerns I have with individual items in the whole governance manual, just to be clear about what were no sidebars or anything like that. I had the privilege of being able to comment on the governance manual with Scott, and a lot of those things got incorporated. But one thing just popped up that I never noticed before. We talk about in the background, we talk about the boundaries of the district and all that. We never cited the Enabling Act in any that we are created. This board exists because of the Enabling Act. And I'm specifically talking about page 1. Should that be in there with some recitation, not of every, you talked about police functions or it talks about police functions and so forth, and so on, the boundaries of the district. But we never really cited the Enabling Act and the designated officers that were prescribed by the Enabling Act, the secretary, I guess president or general manager and secretary.
We do actually.
Wait, is it in there and
It
I
is.
missed it? What?
So I'll look, I've got it up on the screen, the 4th line down. See where it says boundaries encompass cities of Carmel, Del Rio, yada, 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 portions of Carmel Valley and some of the land along the Monterey Salinas Highway. See that little number 1 after that?
Yeah.
That's a footnote. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here. And on the footnote, under number 1, Monterey Peninsula Airport District Act, quote, the Enabling Act, section 1. And you see there's 10 references to the Enabling Act just on page 1. So we utilize footnotes in here
But
to,
we don't have it in the document.
it is in the document.
Well, I mean, is the Enabling Act in the document?
Oh, you mean you want a copy of the Enabling Act?
No, I just wanted what I'm suggesting here is a preface, and this is all preface work that you, not you, but when we created this thing, it was kind of, I was around when Tom did this, and it was a takeoff on something that was before, and he wanted to make clear what his authority was, that's why we have the governance manual. So, but when we did that, I think there's a point at which we need to identify since we said this is a kind of a learning tool for new members, board members and stuff like that. We need to cite at least a portion of the Enabling Act that establishes this board of directors and what our responsibilities are. You go on to talk about police functions and boundaries, but I think we need to have that up there at the front and identify these 3 positions that are specified in the Enabling Act. That would be general manager, secretary, and auditor, district auditor. And at some point, maybe we ought to get, reference the fact that while the Enabling Act calls for a district auditor, we're calling it controller, or we're calling it chief financial officer or something, but district auditor has been a source of confusion, for a long time. So that would be my proposal, just an extract of the Enabling Act that talks about how we came to be and what those basic obligations are, in addition to what you've already what is already in there about police powers and taxing authority and boundaries.
So
That would be my proposal.
yeah, I've scrolled down to page 5 on the screen. This is page 5. And by the way, up above, it does talk about the board of, let me show it here. It does talk about here, the board role and its functions. And then you've got this graphic that is shown here. And then officers, you've got executive director, which again used to be general manager, deputy directors, district counsel, and an auditor, internally referred to as a controller. So those are in there.
Okay, well, I mean, and I'm not gonna follow my sword over this thing, but it's really confusing to anybody that's new and doesn't understand how we came to be. And when you do actually look at the Enabling Act, it says you got these 3 positions. We understand that we appoint you, but on those 2 other positions, secretary and district auditor, that's kind of ill-defined. And the question, it raises the question in my mind, how does the district auditor and the secretary get those appointments? Because it doesn't say the executive director does that, nor does it say the board does that, so where are we on that? And you're not creating this document, you're just helping us, I understand, but is there a way out of this dilemma where there's no definition of those two positions?
Yeah, let me try and follow and chase that down a little bit. I've got up on the screen the appointment and discharge of the executive director and district counsel. So that relates to those 2, right? What is referenced as the district auditor in the Enabling Act has been internally called controller, right? And
that's just custom that we did that. Okay.
Well, you did.
No, we called it chief financial officer for a while. We called it deputy this and all that, and it was never clear to anybody where that appointment authority rests.
You did that in Ordinance 905.
We did.
I've got it referenced on the bottom here. Ordinance 905 is where that was done. So now as it relates to the district auditor, which again internally has been called controller, that is under this category, other officers and employees of the district District employees are comprised of multiple disciplines. And in the next second paragraph, the executive director has oversight authority regarding the recruitment, hiring, and retention of district employees. So that's where anything that's not separately called out, and the only two that are called out are executive director and district council. Everything else is hired, recruited, hired, and retained by the executive director.
Well, I got it about the employees. That's not the question I'm asking, but we appoint, do we appoint a secretary? Do we appoint, regardless of whether they're employees or not, we could, pick somebody from the custodial staff and make them something, or Mike can do it, but right now it's ill-defined as to how the title and responsibilities of secretary and title and responsibilities of district auditor are created and assigned and appointed right now. Forgetting the employee status, and I'm not real clear on that. I think it should be clear.
Let me back up for a minute. When you're talking district auditor, you're talking about the outside auditor that.
No,
That's what I see. When I always saw district auditor, I made the assumption that was the audit that we as a board approved that contract. So in essence, we are hiring that person.
Yeah, when you read the enabling act as to the duties of the auditor, I can pull it up if you'd like.
No, I trust you.
is this a 905, by the way?
No, this is the enabling act itself.
Okay,
When it talks about the roles of the district auditor,
yeah,
it's pretty clear that that's the function of what we're calling the controller,
okay.
or previously the was it executive
Deputy.
deputy executive director of finance and
And admin.
admin and et cetera.
Controller certainly is simpler.
It is. When you read the enabling act, it's pretty clear that when it refers to the term auditor, that's what it's referring to. And the district auditor that audits, the outside auditor is always, the contract is always done by the board, never.
But that's an external auditor function,
Right.
and I don't think that was contemplated in the enabling act by virtue of the fact that they identified the functions that are performed internally right now by Mark. Okay, and my question, where I'm going on all this is to identify what the role of the board is relative to those specific positions not the employees, but the positions that were identified in the enabling act. If Mike, for one reason or another, just says, I don't think we need a secretary, I don't think we need that whole thing, we don't need a district auditor, well then does he have that right to say, I don't need that. I don't need that.
Not without your approval.
Okay, not without my our approval here. So I guess we need to be clear about what it is we do, relative to those two positions. We're very clear about the district council, but what about these other two positions? If you're going to say, I'll do everything around here, do we agree with that or do we not agree with that? And is it our role to agree or disagree? Because we are created by the Enabling Act, and we carry out the Enabling Act. Don't we, as a board of director?
Yes.
So I guess we're on the cusp here of a decision, and I'm not trying to say that we have any obligation or authority to go in and tell you who you hire for anything or what, but to the extent that we want to have a secretary, we want to have a district auditor named and hold responsible for those duties and responsibilities. Do we have that authority?
So the
And-
authority you have is you obviously have oversight and evaluation responsibility for the executive director. You give that direction to the executive director. The executive director says, I'm not doing that. Then your option is to remove the executive director.
Well, we always have that option.
Well,
So, I mean, so we don't have any responsibilities for the enabling act other than hiring you. Is that right? And appointing you.
And the executive director.
I disagree with that, and I think the enabling act is a kind of powerful here. And it says you will have this position. It's at the discretion of the executive director. It's our responsibility as to assure that the functions that are identified in the enabling act are performed. And one of those is to assure that we have a district auditor and we have a secretary.
It is your responsibility to ensure that they are there. It is my responsibility to fill and to supervise.
Is there anything in the Enabling Act that says what we're doing now is wrong? And the Enabling Act doesn't say that we have any role in selecting this. It seems to be the Enabling Act is referring to this position, which we have in Mark Wilson right now. They're just calling it something different.
So I've got on the screen the list of the officers. This is the enabling act, right? Members of the officers are members of the board of directors, the secretary of the board, the general manager, one or more assistant managers, an auditor, and district council are the officers, right? So that's the list of officers that you have. Now let me scroll down and I want to deal with the term an auditor, right? Let me scroll down here to auditor. The auditor shall install and maintain a system of auditing and accounting that shall competently and at all times show the financial condition of the district. A system of auditing shall be consistent with generally accepted accounting principles, prepare warrants, checks, electronic fund transfers. I mean, this literally is the job description of the controller. So you have that position.
We have that position.
Yeah.
My question is not about the employee or his or how he delegates duties and all that sort of thing. My question is like, we have a secretary of the board. We don't have any apparent in the governance manual, nor in history do we ever have a say in who is secretary to the board. Mike just assumed that he had that responsibility. I'm trying to clarify our governance manual so that we new board members and existing ones understand where our authority begins and ends. And as far as the controller goes, or the district auditor, or whatever we choose to call that, who he assigns those duties to is up to him. But as a board member, who do we hold responsible for presentation of those financial statements to the board, which is what we have to do when we present them to the auditors for verification.
The only person we can hold responsible, the only people we can hold responsible is either Mr. Huber or Mr. Lapierre.
Well, that's not the way I read that. That's not the way I read it. No, so I'm raising up, we have a lot of footnote references to stuff that isn't in here. And I think those positions specifically identified in the Enabling Act, we don't play any role in anything other than Mike's position and your position, Scott. And where did that all go? Why do we not have if we are supposed to have a board secretary, how come we don't make that appointment?
So,
And he can identify whoever he wants,
because the board in adopting ordinance 909 made that determination.
Okay, I don't have 909. Oh, that's
Right,
909.
I've got it right there. Section 1, appointment and removal of officers. The appointment and removal of the general manager, district officers, and district council are set forth herein. A, general manager serves at the pleasure of the board of directors. And then it talks about how that's done. B, all deputy or assistant managers, the district secretary, the district auditor, i.e. the district's employed controller, not any firm engaged to perform the audit services, and all other district employees shall be appointed and removed by the general manager. And then goes without saying, C, district council shall be appointed by the majority of the board of directors. So with ordinance 909, this body determined that it would employ general manager, which is now the executive, has been changed to executive director, and district council. And it's given the rest of that authority for all other deputy assistant managers, district secretary, district auditor to the executive director.
Well, I disagree with this, I was around when this was created, but I didn't know what I know now. And the fact of the matter is, I don't have I don't want to interfere with Mike's ability to identify who deals with the financial reporting and all that sort of thing. What I disagree with is that the executive director appoints the district secretary, appoints the controller, appoints them. Those are, to me, that's significant. That creates a responsibility to the board that doesn't necessarily exist right now. Because Mark has no responsibility to this board. Only Mike does. But if the financial statements are not correct, and Mike says, well, I'm not trained in all that sort of thing, or there is graft and corruption, or there's some kind of malfeasance, does that position have a responsibility to this board? Apparently not.
No.
Okay, only Mike, and Mike doesn't even have any financial training. So that's kind of the question I have.
Let me sort of tease that apart a little bit, because there is sort of a line that you did step across a little bit. Malfeasance. Every employee has an obligation to follow the law.
Sure.
Malfeasance is contrary to that. So I think what you're, if I could dial it back just a notch, right? Is your suggestion, well, what if the financial statements aren't correct? Then you hold your employee responsible for that.
Mike.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And the auditors will tell you that, hey, here's what we found. You hold them responsible.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
Um,
Am I done now?
no.
I'm not done.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I want to voice that concern that I have, because I've seen two examples elsewhere in the country right now. This exact same situation came up, and the people went to jail on this kind of stuff, and we don't even cite we just make a reference to the Enabling Act. We make references in 905, and we don't have all those things. So I don't think we've done a good job of educating any new board members. On page 19, which deals with that competitive bidding for public contracts. I didn't understand why that was in there. I didn't understand it at all. I have two questions. One, do we have a contracting policy separate and apart that encompasses those same words in a document somewhere? Mike?
I'm not sure.
Do we have a contracting policy?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so is this statement about $5,000 and all that, is that included in there?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't, my suggestion is we strike that out in its entirety, because I don't understand why it's there. Unless we incorporate the whole contracting manual in our governance manual, which I'm not suggesting is a good idea. Right now, it sits there and I couldn't understand it. I kept reading it and I didn't understand it. And I thought it was unnecessary.
Yeah,
Do you see any, Scott, do you see any legal need for it, or any facilitation to our duties?
For the convenience of director pick, I think I've got the language up on the board. or up, I'm sharing that language. Is that the paragraph you're talking about, the competitive bidding requirements?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't, candidly, I don't see a need to have that in there.
I didn't believe it made much sense. And I finally put, okay, if I put a comma after the district may, then it made a little more sense, but what is this turn it over to a governmental agency?
You can,
What does that mean?
for example, if you had a project that, let me take the fire station as an example, right? Currently, you have the city of Monterey providing fire services. You could, if the city of Monterey said, hey, we'll build that fire station for you, you could, by a 4/5 vote, turn that over to the city of Monterey to build. At your expense, of course, but you could have them do it with their procurement policies, and their bidding requirements would then apply here. Where I've seen this done, and I'll be very candid with you, water agencies have very relaxed bidding requirements under the government code. And I have seen some public agencies turn over a joint project to a water agency because they have relaxed bidding requirements. They get, in some instances, better prices on things. With the advent and the crackdown by the state on prevailing wage about 7 or 8, 9 years ago, mandating that every project over $1,000 pay prevailing wage or you lose state funding, that has really done away with any advantageous nature of this type of a gimmick, I'll call it. I don't find any of this necessary on paragraph D, and even the little part in brackets, AB 1234 requires that a director receive ethics training every 2 years. AB 1875 says you also have to have harassment avoidance training every 2 years, but we don't list that here. So this is where I say, I'm generally speaking, in general, I am a fan of not codifying what is already codified in law in a policy manual. You've got a requirement to do your ethics training, AB 1234.
Yeah.
You're not going to forget that because it's not in the policy manual. Now, you can make the argument, hey, it should be here. Okay, fine. I generally speaking am a fan.
well, let
of
me
just
make
not-
that argument,
Yeah.
you know, and I would like us to strike D in total right here.
Yeah, why don't
and
we,
I will
I'm
make
good
an
with that.
And number two, I think just for benefit of new members of the board, where they use as kind of a manual, like what's my job here, and you know, what am I have to do? I think having that harassment training and ethics training is a good thing to put somewhere in this manual, that board members have to do that. And if you can find a place to put it
Well,
conveniently,
if we strike D, actually, D would be a good place to put AB 1234 and AB 1875, the ethics training and harassment avoidance training.
Right.
I'm
Is
not-
everybody else good with that?
I flagged D to go away when I went through it. So I was like, this doesn't make any sense.
I'm good with it.
Director Pick, you good with that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
and I'm advocating that we substitute AB 1234 and whatever the harassment training thing is in its
It's
place.
happening even as you speak.
It is.
Yes.
Oh,
The power you wield
back,
is
I'm
impressive.
feeling like God again, you know, so, and then I had on page 24, I had a question. Is an abstention, since it calls for every director, each director should now, it used to say must vote, should vote, is an abstention a vote? And I'm asking you as a
An
lawyer.
abstention is not a vote.
So we had an abstention here, and we have, if we only have 3 directors, 4 directors here, and 2 abstain, then we no longer have a majority. Even though we had a quorum, We don't have a majority then, is that right? I'm trying to get some clarification of what an abstention is.
I didn't catch the numbers. Say the numbers again.
Okay, let's say we have 4 directors here. We have a
Yes.
quorum.
Yes.
Okay, but on any issue, 2 directors abstain, then it no longer is a majority because 2 said yes, 2 abstained.
Well, it's not that you don't have a majority. It's that whatever the motion was would fail because it didn't have a majority of the votes. In order for something to pass, it has to have a majority of affirmative votes. Let me give you a different example. If you had, and I'm going to take it, there are certain requirements under the law that some items get a majority of the total votes available, and other items are a majority of the total votes in attendance. And there is a difference. For example, contracts for the payment of money for services require a majority of the total vote of a majority of the total votes available.
Available, like who's
5.
present in the,
In other words, you have 5 votes, there are 5 members. It requires a majority of the 5. If only 3 people show up, then it has to be unanimous. All 3 of those must vote to approve the contract
okay.
because 2 are absent, right? There are other items like passage of a simple resolution does not require that. It requires a majority of those in attendance. So on a simple resolution, and I'll think a resolution for the McCall's event to honor them for having the event, right? If you had 3 directors here and 2 voted yes and 1 voted no, that would still pass,
Okay,
right? It's
but
not
if the no vote was an abstention, what happens?
it would still pass
It would still pass.
because at that time you have 3 available, 2 voted yes. So the abstention is not a vote, but it's not counted for the purpose of voting, but it is essentially the equivalent of a no vote.
Well, since we're talking about voting, we talk about voting in majorities in this governance manual. Should we clarify of those present versus available?
I wouldn't, and I'll tell you why. The government code gives definitions for it, and it's scattered across about 30 different sections.
Oh,
So, or about 10 different sections. One of them I just quoted to you, the contracts for the payment of money. That, that's one. I would only do it if it was something that you wanted a contrary event to happen. Like, for example, the resolution for McCall's. If you decided we want all resolutions to have a majority of the total votes available, because the law says it's only of the total number of votes in attendance.
yeah.
Then I would say put it in the governance manual, or I would say actually pass a resolution that says that, and we can include that in the governance manual. Because then you'd be stepping on the line contrary or in addition to what the law already provides. But the law already provides guideposts for what.
Well,
what
I
the
guess
voting is.
I'm okay with letting it stand as is, but it sounds like whoever's the chair or whoever's sitting in your chair at the time has to know that stuff, the
That's-
difference between them, those present are available. And is there any way that we can clarify this so that when we have to vote and there's some disagreement among the board members or whatever, that we can cite something that says, I'm quoting this.
That's where you ask me for the authority and I pull up the statute.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
But
I've done that, by the way, unbeknownst to you, I've done that many times in my career as your.
so we're
district council.
dependent on who's ever sitting in your chair to be aware of the differences between those two things. And is that common knowledge among attorneys that sit in your responsibility?
Fairly common knowledge, yes.
Okay, I'll back off. But that abstention thing, I always thought it was not didn't constitute, it's like a no vote.
It is. It's like a no.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so so a no vote, an abstention, then we have four members present
Mhm.
and three say yes. And then we have an abstention. So that would be recorded as an abstention in the minutes.
It
or
would be
no
recorded.
vote?
No, it would be recorded as an abstention. It's the functional equivalent of a no vote,
Okay.
but it would be recorded as an abstention.
All right. I apologize for trying to split hairs here, but sometimes this gets to be important and trying to make calls on the fly here, it's a little difficult. That's all I had on the governance manual.
Thank you. Following up with what Bill just said, if I were to recluse myself, is that the same as an abstention? Or
Yes.
so it carries legally?
Yes.
Would it help if we just add the phrase in accordance with existing law or something when we talk about that?
You can.
Okay.
I mean, sure.
Okay. Bill, how do you feel about setting up where we go through the chairs in order of the districts?
No, I don't like it.
Okay.
I rather favor our rotation system that we have right now. Because I don't see any compelling reason to do
This rotation
district.
system is not spelled out anywhere.
Well,
really,
I think it's in our governance manual, something about, that custom or something, we've typically been doing rotation. Does that ring a bell with you, Scott?
So I'm showing on the screen right now, the selection of the chair and how that's done. It's the chair pro tem becomes the chair.
What
Right.
page are you on?
This
It's
is
21.
page
21.
21.
Thank you.
In fact, let me back up a minute here. Yeah, that's it right there. That's it. So whoever is seated as chair pro tem during the preceding year will be seated as the chair. Then it talks about the director who is next in order.
So Carl's just asking to clarify how that next in order comes.
Yeah,
Because
that's,
how we've done it is just remember who was in order.
so,
Yeah.
so here it is. If I go down to chair pro tem, the chair pro tem shall be selected by rotation. And it doesn't really outline necessarily what that rotation is. It just says by rotation.
By rotation, and it's at our discretion as board at any point to say, I call for an election or can we, I guess there's no provision in our governance manual for this, but at any point, if we disagree with the rotation, or even if we did by districts, do we have the ability as a board to say, I call for a vote on who's going to be the chairman?
Well,
What would be your call at that time, Mr.?
yeah, you
District
absolutely,
council.
look, you absolutely can do that, right? There's nothing that says you are bound by this. It does say at the last sentence here in paragraph C, initially, the rotation of the chair pro tem shall be determined by lottery, right?
What does that mean?
That means that
Because I haven't been doing good with the lottery.
Grab the Powerball.
Initially, what it means is it was done, it was just randomly selected. And there's been sort of an order that every 5th year, you will serve as the chair pro tem, and then the next year as the chair. And then you go back in the rotation, you'll be a board member for 3 years. And then the 4th year, you'll be chair pro tem, and the 5th year, you'll be the chair. The only exception to that is where it says, just a sentence above that, provided that no director shall serve as chair pro tem who has not completed 1 year of service. So if the rotation were to come about, and it will at some point with this by district election, at some point, someone will be brand new elected on the board, and it will be their year to, as part of the normal rotation, to be chair pro tem that year. And so in that instance, they would go to the last position and then work their way up. Or you'd just bump them back 1 year and say, okay, well, you're not gonna be chair pro tem this year, you'll be chair pro tem next year.
And that's what the county currently does when that happens.
Yeah.
Unless the person balks at it and then they allow them to go ahead and be the chair. And that's what has happened.
Recently.
Yeah,
So if we
here's
would
what I-
do pro tem, would that change it? Because I feel, and I know even when I came in, I think you need a year to understand at least what's going on. And maybe you can be vice chair at that point. But I do worry about putting someone right directly in the hot seat, I guess,
Oh,
for
yeah.
lack of a better word.
This policy would not allow them to go directly into the hot seat, so to speak. It
Okay.
would require at least a year. Having said that, again, this is not established by ordinance. This is a policy, right?
Right.
If the board were to vote a certain way and say, we're gonna ignore this policy and do something different, that's your prerogative. Someone could say, but your policy says different. And I get that. But the board has the right to change the policy. So what I'm trying to say is there is a rotation. It isn't really written down very well. You kind of have to.
Well, you couldn't when we were at large. It would be hard to say, I get Cyril's.
You didn't have
You
numbers.
can't list directors by name and change that constantly.
Right.
Alphabetical.
Right.
I'm just trying to make it simple for all of us, but I understand we wouldn't want to put somebody either as the chair pro tem or the chair that didn't have at least 1 year. And we could have that same wording in there. But Director Sabo said that, that's his desire is that we keep this system. Okay.
And I would add also, that last sentence initially, I don't know why we need that sentence in there. Initially, that was a time that apparently this was adopted and all that. So why don't we just initially is gone? That's past history now.
Well, candidly, if you take away the word initially, you should also probably get rid of the rest of the sentence
Yeah,
because.
take away the whole
Yeah,
sentence.
he's
That's
saying
what
get
I-
rid of the whole sentence.
Yeah, okay.
But
Yeah,
that would
I'll
be
give
my,
Yeah, it was in there just because that was how it was
yeah.
beginning, but if it's the desire of the board to remove that sentence, I'll remove it.
Well, I'm in favor of it.
Take it away.
Anybody opposed to that?
Well, let's see if we end up with this thing. We got other members of the board to chime in. Thank you, Director Sabo. Director Pick, any concerns on the governance manual? In your opinion on selecting the chair?
Chair, I'm good with the edits as suggested so far. And I am supportive of modifying the language about chair selection to include the rotation by district. And that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Director Sonic.
Since we're on, and it's on the screen right now, I'm in favor of the changes for Chair Pro Tem. I appreciate you bringing that up, Chair Miller, because it was something that, as we went to districts, it was something that we kind of grappled with.
I'm sorry, so you're in favor of going by districts?
Yes,
Or-
I'm in favor
You're in
of
favor of
having
going by
it.
district, so you're striking out that chair pro tem shall be selected by rotation. That's it? Eliminate?
Well, I think the rotation would be there. And even we could say, if we implement it now, to go with what Carl was saying, I would be District 1. I would be Chair Pro Tem right now. And then Bill, you're District 2. So next year you would be, then District 3 would be the year after, right?
Yes.
I'm clarifying, but so I think we fit. And it just happens to logically work that we're going in order of the number. So makes it easy. So I'm in favor of that.
Any other concerns with the governance manual?
I did have just a couple things, and for ease, I'd like to just go through the pages, and some of these are just small things. Scott, could you clarify page 1, beginning in 1979, the last sentence there? is I've heard different things on taxes and property taxes and things like that.
I'm sorry, where are you again?
Page 1, bottom, last sentence. Beginning in 1979, the Board of Directors elected
Yes.
to forego.
So there was a resolution in 1979 that the board said we collect a modest amount of money from property taxes. We're going to forego that. And then in 2011, that decision was reversed. The board said, hey, we understand that they did that in 79. We want to collect our fair share now of property taxes, whatever that number is. We want to collect that amount of property taxes. And since that time, the district has received its share or a share of property tax revenue. And my recollection is it's been in the $100,000 range.
Yeah.
It is roughly the amount of the cost to run your elections.
Okay. Okay. And it comes from the county then? Or is it a
It comes-
hybrid of county and state
It
or?
comes from the county.
Okay.
And it is actually paid, if memory serves me, and again, I'm not a finance guy, but I believe it's paid twice a year with the payment of property taxes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So could you clarify then, because we do not have the right to tax in our community
And that's
as
We do in
the Enabling Act
too.
is,
You-
or clarify that for me,
You-
because this,
The Enabling Act does give you the ability to levy taxes.
we would have to pass a new resolution for that. Is
You-
that correct?
You would have to do a lot of stuff to do that. You would
Okay.
have to pass a resolution. It would have to go on the ballot. Voters would have to approve it.
Oh, it has to be voter
Oh,
approved.
yes. Yeah, taxes have to be, ever since Proposition 218 came in, taxes have to be voted on by the public.
Okay, it's just come up, as we move forward on things. And I think it's important. I don't see that as a way for us to finance things and move forward at this point as one board member. So I just wanted to understand.
Yeah.
And I mean, these tax revenues are very nominal. I don't know if there's any way to even show that it's for the fact that we're elected, but if it's not, but as long as it's clarified. I mean, we understand today as a body what that money is for, what
No,
it's used
that's
for.
not
No,
what
it's
that
not
money
what
is
it's for.
That's not what.
All
Okay.
I'm saying is the dollar amount covers the cost
be
of,
approximate.
Okay.
it's about a wash,
Okay,
but it is.
that's not for that.
For the election.
Okay,
It goes into the general budget.
It's general fund. What, as I understand it, and again, I wasn't here in 1979. But as I understand it, when they gave up the property tax revenue, many of those documents they weren't retained by the county.
okay,
So in 2011, when the district said, we'd like that property tax revenue back, there was this head scratch of how do we calculate how much that is? So they tried to approximate how much it would be or how much, what the amount was.
Okay, my memory, I'm gonna say this.
And it's much
is-
better than mine, yeah.
is we're gonna get in trouble here because that is not exactly. What happened was in 79, they said, this year, we don't want the taxes, this year. In the following year, the county said, here's your money. They're like, we don't need it. We won't take it. And after that, for about 4 years, it was verbal. And then what happened was the county got used to not sending the money. So it became memorialized that we wouldn't take the money. So I want to be clear, they didn't in 1979 say they were never going to take the taxes again, because that was the letter that was found, right, Chris? That said, they just said that year, we got lots of money, we don't want the money. So we did not, this is wrong, because we did not reverse that decision. All we said was, hey, we haven't been getting it and we think we should, so send it over. We have decided we would like to have it. And so we went back and forth. What did it take? 3 years, I think, of going back and forth
Yeah.
with the county auditor to make sure that, and he checked with every auditor in the state to make sure that he wasn't overstepping his bounds and that he put us back onto the tax rolls. But it was not in permanent, we don't want it anymore in 79. So we did not reverse that. All we said was, hey, they took a time out. Time's up, send us the money. We want our share. And he had to go back because of the triple flip and the this and the 218 and everything else. And he had to go back and do a calculation and determine what he felt was a fair amount to give us. And then that was the basis, and that's what we're going off of. So just make sure we got it right, because otherwise somebody's gonna question it.
Yep. And when we did look at this, we were still listed as a tax beneficiary, but that had a zero. When all the special districts were listed with all these varying amounts. So when they did give us money, they actually took a little bit of money from all the special districts to pay us. And we were always listed there, but we had a zero after our name because we.
Well, and I'm gonna say the reason why I suspect that happened is because special districts are entitled to an allocation. So when the board elected in 79 for that year to not receive it, it was distributed to the other special districts.
Right.
Correct,
That's where it went.
correct.
So
And that's where it went every year until we said, wait a minute. And I tell Carl, I'm eternally grateful that he kept saying, wait a minute, why aren't we getting that money? Because it was Carl who kept questioning it till we got it back.
I never got my commission for that, by the way.
Yeah, well, never mind.
All right, thank you for that.
Yeah, good catch.
And I appreciate having a little bit more knowledge of the historical context. I know we've had conversations before. Page 7, other officers and employees of the districts. We're talking about the human resource specialist. The consultant that we've hired, are those roles being kept by that consultant now? Or should that be our executive director? Because I know that there was something about who was ensuring receipt and storing of documents,
And,
especially confidential.
and I flagged that also because I thought, Mike, that you said that those would be stored with you.
They are stored in our office, so we can make that change. Yes.
Since it's a consultant, I'd encourage that change.
Yeah.
If the board agrees with that.
So where it says human resource specialist, it should say executive director.
That's fine.
I believe so.
It sits in our office suite.
Yeah. I mean, you can leverage and work with the consultant, but
That's exactly.
Page 16, item B. No elected official shall accept gifts totaling over a prescribed amount, but we don't have an amount. To the attorney, is there a current amount, or it's
Yeah.
better because the
$50.
number is always changing?
There's a footnote there and down at the bottom.
Okay, I see it.
The reason why the FPPC will change it they say annually, but the reality is it's every other year.
Okay,
Annually has become every other year.
I missed that
And-
small.
Yeah, and it's now 520 for 2022. In theory, it should be 530 for 2023, but I suspect that they're not going to change it until 2024, and then they'll make it 540 in 2024. But if you go to the FPPC's website, it's on the very front page.
Okay,
But I included it as a footnote with the date because they haven't announced if they're gonna do it for 2023, and they haven't said what the amount is, so,
it's nice they adjust for inflation.
yeah, for a while they didn't.
Kidding.
For a while they didn't, although I'm not sure they actually. did it for-
I don't know that. I know
If
it's
so,
not.
This would be up to $600 right now.
At least we're not buying eggs. Page 20, special meetings. So we dealt with this in the last couple of years. it's someplace, I remember that it was also by motion of 2 members of the board that a special meeting could be conducted, and I don't see that here, or I'm missing that, or I'm missing it at another point in the manual. And I'm just wondering if we as a board have chosen to get rid of that, or, because
So-
Scott, you had researched that at the time, I
Yeah, so
remember.
we have, what I found was I found that special meetings have traditionally been called either by the chair or by the executive director, but I did find that they have also been called by 2 members of the board. So not wanting to break from that, when 2 members of the board said, hey, we'd like a special meeting, then it happened. I didn't add that in because, and that was one of the, I actually had a list of things I was going to chat with you about, but that's one of them where you can change that if you want to, you can add that in, which has been the custom and practice. What I would suggest is whatever you do here, once this is adopted, that you stick with it. So if you want 2 members of the board to be able to call a special meeting, it should be added here.
And if it's not there, then 2 members would not be able to.
That's
I
correct.
mean, you were going off of precedents
That's correct.
from before, but we're trying to. So I would recommend to the board that we include that. That if by motion of 2 members of the
And by the
board,
way, let me add-
and maybe you can give context
let me
for,
add one reason why you don't want it to be 3. Because if you have 3 members of the board who say, hey, we want a special meeting, now you're going to have an immediate allegation of, wait a minute, you've all talked about it, now you have a Brown Act violation. You also don't want it to be 1, because then, you may get someone who's going to call a special meeting every other day. So, I will tell you, there have been individuals who,
But not on this board.
use
not
it,
on this board.
use it a lot.
I have seen it in other locations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does the executive director have the authority to call a special meeting?
Yes,
Mhm.
And the chair has the.
Yes.
authority.
the chair has it, the executive director has it.
and by past practice, 2 members. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Quick poll, you okay with that? Bill,
Yeah.
Mary Ann,
That's fine.
Dino?
Yes, Chair, good to go.
Okay. Can you make that change?
Make it right now.
Okay.
Page 21. Oh, this is Carl, you brought this up, so yeah. And we got rid of on the last sentence of that, we got rid of will be determined by lottery, I believe. Scott had already made that. Page 22. Item E. So D and E can be the same person. Essentially, you could just have one person overseeing all of those roles in the Enabling Act. You had 909 up before D with all those roles. And that kind of relates to a company having all those. I mean, you could have one individual fulfilling. Okay. I hear both sides of the issues or concerns that Director Sabo came up with. I think I would encourage that we definitely take the name out of any conversation and have it be about the roles, because for me, it's about the fiduciary oversight and responsibility for the district, and I'm thinking 10, 20 years. I'm not looking at a person that's in any role currently. I do understand that we all have fiduciary responsibilities, and most people that are on our executive team also have certifications and other things that hold them to certain standards too. How do other airports handle this? Or is it typical that there is no CFO? I know that I'm even seeing now that cities are changing the financial role, whatever title you want to give it, that they have a dotted line to some of the boards and some of the councils as well, so that it's clear that you have, reporting duties and things like that, but you still have oversight and overall, responsibility, or, there's another reporting line, essentially.
Yeah, so here's what happens, that most of them, the vast majority of public agencies are set up in similar fashion to this one, where the elected officials have two employees. One is, like, for example, city manager and city attorney,
Mhm.
right? Or, executive director, district council. There is under the government code for charter cities to elect a different organization of government. It's called the city administration form of government, where the city council appoints and selects the city administrator, which is city manager, same idea, and the department heads, right? That's, again, that's a unique situation based on if the city elects to adopt a charter, if the voters adopt the charter and elect a city administration form of government. In general, it isn't done. What you do have, though, that makes all the difference in the world is whistleblower laws and whistleblower protection.
Mhm.
If there's fraud, if there's illegal activity, if there's corrupt activity, I always use three words. I'll take on any task as long as it's legal, moral, and ethical, right? Whistleblowers have an obligation to really deal with those three things. They have absolute protection if they blow the whistle to either me or to you, or if and I'm going to use this example, if I'm doing some corrupt activity and someone else knows about it, they should go to Mike or they should go to you. Right? Those are their options. They could also,
Or you.
well, if I'm the one.
Oh,
doing
you're the one
activity,
doing
they're not likely to come to me.
Okay,
They
if you're the
could.
one doing it, yeah,
They
yeah.
could, but they're likely going to want a slice of it, right?
Maybe you're firm. Absolutely.
Be a
Okay.
different conversation when it comes to me. No, but and I use myself just as because I don't want to point fingers at anyone else. I'll take that on. So whistleblower protection gives you that comfort that if there is something untoward going on, if there's something unethical going on, you'll know about it, and they'll have protection based on that. Where I see a lot of the issues that really come down is what happens if there's just some kind of negligence, right? That really is the responsibility. Your executive director should be finding that out. Your executive director should know that. And if not, you should hold the executive director accountable. I'm not trying to point the finger at Mike.
No, that's fine. That's what
that's
it's supposed to be.
And so that's where I think there's a distinction amongst the two of those. There are very few agencies that have, I'll use your phrase, the dotted line of reporting. Yeah, the dotted line means there may be some crossover, but there isn't that direct report,
Mhm, mhm.
so to speak. I don't see it applicable here.
I'd like to comment if I could, as a corollary to your comments, Director Sonny. I see the dotted line approach as a good thing, okay, because the way it stands currently, Mike could say, I'm not giving you financial reports every month, every quarter, or something other than at annual audit time. It is way too much work. Well, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not giving you financial reports. Our only alternative is at this point is to fire him and go get somebody that does agree that we ought to have monthly financials or quarterly financials or year-end financials before the auditor comes in. And so I think that dotted line implies that there's a relationship with the board here, that a circumscribed some authority that Mike has, but is not unlimited authority.
But there is not a relationship. Your relationship regarding finances of this airport are with me.
Okay, so you agree that you could say legitimately,
No.
I'm not giving you financial
Not if I
reports.
want to keep my job.
Well, yeah, but I mean, and I'm going to the point, forget you're here.
Yeah,
you know,
well,
and
anybody
the,
is
the fact of the matter is we have no choice. If he says it's too much work, we're not doing it. We're not giving you financial reports. Our only choice is to fire him. Is that it?
That's not your
Well,
only
that-
choice, but yes, that
What,
is-
what's another choice?
you can discipline him.
Yeah, performance improvement or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how does that work? I don't get it.
You can put in place a program improvement, a PIP program, performance improvement program, and say, we want financials every so often, or we're gonna change our relationship, or you're gonna be out.
We want to meet with the two
Let me,
roles.
Director Sable, I understand what you're saying. The likelihood of that happening in any type of governmental agency is zero. It just, and I'm not trying to minimize it, it just is. It's not, there's no executive director that would tell a board, I appreciate you on financials, stuff it. I'm not giving them to you.
Mhm.
Unless they're looking for an exit.
Unless they're looking for, and by the way, I would actually posit, and I think I've got, without doing any legal research, I bet I could find a bunch of cases that would show that is not, that termination would not be without cause. That would be a with cause termination.
Mhm.
Under what authority?
Still be
I don't,
conflict.
why would it be with cause? If he has the authority right now to say,
With cause means no severance.
Defiance of an order from the board, that's cause.
so we can order Mike to give us financial statements,
Sure you
in
can.
your opinion,
Sure you can.
okay?
Absolutely.
And he must comply with that order?
Sure.
Mhm.
Hmm,
Now, to be clear, when you say we can, the board
Mhm.
can.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he doesn't comply with that, you can show him the door. And quite frankly, that would be a pretty good with cause. And just so you're aware,
Scott, we had this before Mike got here. We were in a finance committee meeting. A member of the board asked for something. The controller said, I'm not giving it to you. We had this. Trust me, we've already been through this. Bill, it was you and me. So I mean, we worked through it.
Yeah.
We got it done. But I mean, are we gonna?
Yeah. So I'm
Come
gonna
on.
come back to,
I wanted to ask
Well-
that question because I value the relationship of this fiduciary responsibility of this board. And the extent to which we don't have the financial information, we have no role in all that. That's what I wanted to kind of clarify, and Mike is rather adamant that he doesn't have to, we don't have any role in the finances of the district here. So with the dotted line approach that you identified that some cities are doing, I thought that was a good thing. But if we have no role, I don't know how I can be held fulfill my fiduciary responsibilities. I don't know.
Well, we do have a role.
you're
We
sitting
do
in
have
the
a role
finance
and we
committee, like-
look at those every month, Bill. I don't know anything that we have asked for that we haven't gotten.
I understand. You know.
No, I want,
to
this is a
hold
public
my
meeting.
words
We
to
need to
direct
make
us
sure.
at the future, not how we've been doing it in the past. You know, we're doing a governance
Yeah.
manual that guides our directions for the future, not how we've been doing it in the past. So I think that whole fiduciary responsibility is totally dependent on what Mike's whims are.
Here's the
time.
let me
No.
take the. let me take the
Whoa,
reverse-
Scott, come on,
no,
stop
time out.
this.
Let me
This
take
is,
the
yeah.
reverse side of that argument for a minute, and then we'll be done, or at least I will be. The government code prohibits you from giving directions and orders to subordinate employees. It just does. And so in that instance, you can't give a directive to the controller to give you documents. That would be outside of the government code. And if there's a situation where you're not getting the documents you need, I want to know about it right away,
Mhm.
because I'll make sure to convince those who aren't doing it to do it.
Okay.
I'd request we deal with hypotheticals if they become reality. And we've got, versus
Yeah.
you can always throw what ifs at everything. I want to be clear that our executive director does not do things at a whim.
Oh,
especially when
let
it
me-
comes to
let me be
finances.
doubly clear. This is not directed at Mike or who's sitting in that chair right now. I think about our policies and all that going forward, not what we've been doing in the past, the way we always did it, or who's sitting in that chair. That's not the issue. The question is when this comes up, will we be able to exercise our authority as a board? And will we know what our authority is? And that's what I'm trying to clarify. There's a reason we're spending time on this governance manual. It's not just an info doc, so I am not accusing Mike of anything. It's going forward to if Mike gets run over by a truck tomorrow.
Okay,
I think I will defend my successors in as much as you hire a professional to manage this airport, to administer this airport on your behalf. You vest in them the responsibility and the authorities that they need to do that. Every time you try to winnow away at that authority, you make the job much more difficult. And that's what regardless of who's in this chair, that's what you're doing. And it makes it much more difficult. So the structure we have is a good structure. I think our financial performance and our financial reporting would indicate that. I think this is a solution searching for a problem.
okay.
Well, I kind of resent that.
can I-
That last.
Yeah,
but-
we have to move on. We do have lunch waiting for us. Do you have anything else for us?
I do, page 28. I believe this, I would just like, clarification, Board of Director compensation. I think at the top, it's just missing Board of. It says Director compensation. Again, it's just a clarity. But unless I'm. And then our stipends now 105, isn't it? Not 100, so just a very small.
We're all fine with those
Yeah,
slight
no,
modifications. Scott, you're getting those?
The 105, where was?
Page 29, 28. At the top, say Board of Director compensation.
Yep, so I got board member compensation.
Okay.
Instead of director, so.
That's fine. And then 105 instead of 100.
Right here,
Yep.
so it was $100.
On January 1st.
Right.
Of 2019.
Yes.
It's scheduled to go
Okay.
up next year too, isn't it?
We are supposed to be, and I will openly admit that we have not, so stay with me here, but we're supposed to be by board adoption, supposed to be adjusting that annually based on.
In March of 2019, you passed a resolution, it's referenced there on footnote 58, resolution 1743, which set the stipend at the statutory maximum, which at the time was $100, but then you can move it up by 5% per year. In March, it was moved up to 105, and since then, it says in the resolution it should be adjusted by 5% per year thereafter, which the law allows. It hasn't been adjusted since 19. So that's why I put at the end, I've got the calculation there. I just ran it forward from what you approved in 2019. The rate of compensation for directors per meeting in 2023 for the calendar year would be $127.63.
So you're going to get a raise.
So the plan is that will be our new compensation rate starting next year.
Starting in 2023.
We all good with that?
But there is a maximum of $600 a month. And that's not in here.
It is.
Six payments, I
It's a
think.
maximum of 6 meetings per month.
We just translated it to 600, but it is 6 meetings.
It's 6 meetings per month.
And also.
6
you can have 2
compensated
In
meetings.
one day.
No,
No.
Same day.
That's not what it says. I think, we got it. We did.
I think City of Bell was doing multiple meetings in a day and there was a law that.
When
came
you know,
out after
when you
that.
know the name of the city, we've
You
got
know you're in
problems.
trouble.
I'm not familiar with the
We
city
know
of
the
Bell.
Monterey Airport was one.
Yeah, they was taking they were taking 105.
I did think that it didn't say anything about more than one meeting a day, which I had
It
thought
says it
we,
somewhere in there,
There
because
was
I was
a-
kind of shocked to see it,
There was a request by the board that when two meetings are held, one here and then later in the day, one elsewhere.
At a remote location,
Yeah, that compensation be for each meeting.
correct.
And I think that's what we're trying to say here, because I think
Mhm.
that's what you recall.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
That was an action of the board several months ago.
Yeah, because it was, if you were here for me, finance, and then I went and had to drive to go to the RTA meeting.
Right.
That I should be compensated because it's a different board, different group of people. It wasn't like I came out of finance and went into air service after lunch
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
I'm
Okay.
almost done too, just for those that I just, as we go through these things, I think it's just good. Page 31, are there district implications to the vacancies in office? And I know we grappled with this as a board and just wondering if there's any way to put any clarification similar to what Chair Miller did with who would be appointed to being chair and chair pro tem per year.
This is mostly dictated by the government.
Okay.
And so there weren't any updates. to
So if we appoint somebody that's not, and we can appoint anyone at large, or now that we are districted, will we appoint for that district that has opened? Does that make sense? That has the vacancy.
You would have to appoint someone who qualifies for the position.
So it would be within that district
within
for that,
district.
so maybe if we could just add language, because I know that that was something we grappled with just 6 months ago as a board. I don't know if others agree, but. And
and
then,
that was when we still had an at-large. but
yeah,
now
we were
don't.
kind of, we were in between.
Yeah,
Yep. So just, if we could just say that, we've
I
got to
think I
find an
that's-
appointment
yeah.
for the district that was represented.
We have a conflict.
Yeah, here it is in page 2 of the business expense reimbursement. It says, in the event that there are multiple committee or legislative meetings occurring on the same day, board members may be compensated for each meeting. So we
Yeah,
do say
Bill,
it there.
Director Sabo just pointed
Saw
that
that.
out to me too, so.
Okay.
If we could correct that mistake in the other manual.
So what way are we doing it in the governance manual? Only one,
2 meetings, if different
one meeting
locations.
two
Okay.
meetings if one is, if they are in 2 separate locations.
so
Not
he's
back
gonna
to
add that wording into the,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you correct that, Scott?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Page 2 of the employee travel and business expense reimbursement. And I've got just one other question, just for anybody who's watching the time here. Who's reviewing the controller and ED expense reports under this? And I know our financial audits do. Is that the backstop?
That's
And
the
again,
ul-
this is not, this
that's
is
the
just a
ultimate backstop.
process.
If Mark travels, I will review and approve. And when I travel or any expenses that I incur on behalf of the airport, Mark reviews and approves.
And also the outside audit,
Outside auditor
Firm.
reviews it every year.
yeah, and they specifically look at those
They
items,
do every year.
because not that it smugs you, but that is a spot of
Yeah.
of frequent nefarious.
Any executive director worth his salt would want that review.
Mhm.
So that there is no question. It's the same reason any executive director worth his salt that has the financial responsibility that you vest in it would want the outside auditor to complete a good, solid, well-rounded audit. Then it should assure you that things are good and that there aren't any nefarious things going on.
So I'm not sure that that states that, but Scott, if you can maybe just ensure that that's there.
And tell me, again, I'm trying to.
Exactly what Mike said. So essentially, the controller would review the ED and the ED reviews the controller. And that's nothing more than just, and then my final, and I actually should have started with this. To the attorney and to the controller as we're doing finance, Mike or our executive director, is there anything else that you guys see? To Controller Wilson, I'm looking finance and accounting policies. I didn't see any updates to the manual, and as you're so new, I just wanted to make sure you didn't see anything or you were comfortable with all that's in there for the finance and accounting policies.
To be frank, I was not asked to review.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to.
Well, if you see anything or you want to just, if there are any changes, my guess is at this point, we're probably gonna either approve changes or work. Scott, will we review this one more time or are we gonna just go with
At your
what's
pleasure.
on the
If you'd like me-
record?
If you'd like me to put this in final form and put it on the next meeting on the consent calendar, I can.
Yeah, I would hate to go through this again. So, you know,
consent?
if we put it on consent,
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
And I'm sorry that I couldn't, just send an email with those things before the meeting. I
Director-
reviewed yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Director Leffel.
I had on page 20. Under special meetings, and this is about noticing. So I don't see anything that calls out, it calls out location, but I don't see that it calls out website. And a way to do electronic posting.
Under the governor's authority.
January 2024.
Bringing us up into the new century.
But there are some. There was a bill that was passed related to electronic
Permanent.
meetings. I thought so. Okay. Yeah, we should include the website on.
Because it just talks about location, which is the hallway, but it doesn't talk about electronic. So.
Okay,
And page, let's see what else, 25. Under advisory committee appointments and officers. And made a change in general, no director should serve on more than 2. And I think that's standing committees.
Okay.
So. That's all I had. My colleagues took the others that I had flagged.
okay, very good. The only thing I hope, other than how do you feel about going by district for chair and vice chair selection?
I was thinking about it. I guess I don't have a problem with it, except that I'm looking at Director Pick then would be totally through his whole term that he would never
Yeah.
be a chair.
Actually, he's the one that sort of gets
Passed over.
passed over.
I know
a
what
different
word you were
word.
going to use. Let's use passed over.
Passed over. And
I fully
I would-
support the change.
What did you say?
He'll support the change. So I would be there as number, for as District 4, I would be before Director Pick. And I would have no problem making a modification, just flipping those when we get to that point. So I think that can be done internally. This is just giving us some rough guidelines moving forward.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I think it's a clean way to do it. Then everybody knows and it's not based on somebody's memory of who came next
Right.
and that. So I don't have a problem with it. But I did think that, so Dino, it just means you'll have to run again because you
Oh, yes.
have to, so you can start as chair.
Okay, very,
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
okay, go ahead.
And I thought we were, since I was first up, I thought we were just commenting on the governance manual. I didn't realize now that we're opining on each one of these documents, but I have some comments on two of the other documents.
Well, I mean, we pointed out conflicts and you pointed out one of those, but we're not really agendized for making changes or anything else, are we?
No, you are on all three of those on three of the documents. You're not
Okay.
on the finance one.
These are fairly
Go ahead.
quick.
Okay, please go ahead.
On the director remuneration and I can even read my own writing here. What is it called? Remuneration and business expense reimbursement policy. On page 4, we have a rather extensive listing of travel planning procedures. And we've never done that before. I don't know what that's supposed to accomplish, but apparently I have to go out and identify my transportation lodging needs and do some estimates of what that's going to cost and do all that. I don't want to do that.
Director
And-
Leffel does that every time.
Who does? Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. I suggest that we strike that whole thing. It may be appropriate, for an internal thing where you can talk to one another, but I don't know that we need it. Anybody else have a
Yeah.
comment here? Anybody else on the board even listening?
I was, yes, involved in other things, but, yeah, what's the feeling of my fellow board members?
Maybe we just say to reach out to the executive director or acting district secretary. For any help, assistance? Instead of the specific, you're concerned about the specific. Process,
There's a
right?
whole list of travel planning procedures. I
Yeah,
don't want to
so
do all
maybe
those
just
things.
reach out.
Quite frankly, I think at the bottom of page 3, that last sentence is really what happens, which is the executive director or his or her designee may provide staff assistance in.
Yeah,
travel planning
that's fine,
coordination.
but let's get rid of all those steps, because, in the event that things change around here, all of a sudden, well, we're not going to reimburse you, you didn't do these things, so. Then on the finance policies. I agree that Mike, as the executive director, should oversee the conduct of the accounting functions. I agree with that concept. I don't agree that the executive director should establish the accounting procedures and manage those procedures, because I don't think we hire the executive director with that skill level. And so oversight and for the conduct of the accounting functions is appropriate, not managing it, not establishing it.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Oh, this is on page 1 of the finance and accounting policies.
Can you restate that, Bill? Or what are you saying?
That would be,
Yeah, I've got the page.
all right. It's page 1.
Third paragraph, responsibility of district's executive director to establish and manage all aspects.
And what are you saying, Bill? Or
I'm saying
Haven't we
that he
already
should
gone through this?
oversee those functions and be responsible for them.
That's what it
But
says.
not establish and manage.
Typical language, and I would be fine with this, the typical language that we use in that case is it's the executive director or his designee.
Mhm.
And in this
Chair,
case.
I'll be signing off. I'll rejoin you all in Phoenix.
See you in
Safe-
Phoenix.
Safe flight.
We'll be
Dino.
here, don't worry. Thank you, Dino.
Don't worry.
Well, then we ought to say that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
and,
I'm
and
saying
that
I'm fine with
needs to
that.
be a necessary modification because
Sure.
you're not qualified to really do all those things. That's why you got him there, right?
Okay, that's.
Okay, and then, let's see, on page 2, of that same finance manual there, it talks about the fundamentals. I don't know where this came from, it was an extract out of somewhere. But one of the essence of, and I think Mark would probably agree with this, one of the essence of reliability is having a good system of internal controls, checks and balances. And that's not spoken to at all in here. And that's one of the first things auditors look for is how sound are your internal controls? And I think that ought to be a foundation of our, if we're going to have a finance and accounting policy, that we have a sound system of internal controls.
That sounds great to me. What I would suggest is that this is gonna be reviewed by Mr. Wilson. He can take a look at it and suggest some edits to it. I didn't change any of this. So I didn't propose.
I know.
So this would necessarily need to come back at a subsequent meeting for some kind of.
Okay, so have we already agreed that we're gonna defer this to the consent, next meeting or what?
So I'm bringing back, I will bring back the governance manual and the 2 other documents. And I'll put it on the consent calendar with the final changes that you all have agreed upon.
Okay,
But since the others, and I think since I suspect you're the only one that went through the finance procedures, that should probably be done separately.
okay, let's put it on separately. I feel, I come from that background and internal controls, something that we ask the auditors all the time and so it ought to be, if we're gonna have a policy, let's have it in there.
But if you're reviewing those, and those are the only 2, and again, then
That's
maybe it can come in December all together. I don't know what the schedule is between now and the next meeting, but.
May I suggest that the finance and accounting policy come to the finance committee?
Yeah, I agree.
And then we'll just give a recommendation and that way we'll have our controller and our executive
Good.
director.
Good suggestion.
Okay.
So you're suggesting we follow the policy?
Oh, my
Yes.
God.
And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Director Sabo. The only thing that I hope we could add in addition to the things we've talked about is maybe a copy of the Enabling Act, just including it in its entirety without comment. And a copy of 905, is it?
Is it?
909.
909.
90, maybe.
905s, and you got a handful of ordinances.
I mean, not mentioned, but just the way they appear.
They are in the governance manual.
Okay. Including the Enabling Act is there in its entirety?
They are.
Okay, very good. Do we want to address some of the concerns that Director Sabo brought up? Maybe have a thing as a DBA, where the district auditor is serving as, this is his current title? Or,
No, because it was in there. It said controller and then it had auditor. It was actually in there, Carl.
okay, then I'm happy with it. Okay, very good. So no need for action at this time. We're tabling it till it comes back, or do we want to approve this? It's hard to approve without seeing everything.
I think
Yeah,
it,
Consent?
I think I can put it on consent. I'll just put it in final form on consent with the modifications there. What I
Okay,
will do is, let me back up. I will approve all of the changes that you didn't have any issues with. The changes that you made today will show up in track changes.
okay.
perfect.
So that way you'll see what the changes were that you made right here,
And then that would be on the consent agenda at some future meeting.
the next one.
Very good. And then, so we're just tabling any action at this point. Okay, request that we go to closed session. We do have Mr. Wright that was going to join us in closed session. So we'll take a
I now have it teed up for 2 o'clock.
We have two items on there that would probably give us enough time to take a quick break, go into closed session and have lunch delivered. And then when we re-adjourn, go to board comments. That sound good?
And committee reports.
And committee reports. That's what I meant to say.
I thought so.
Okay.
We doing those board reports and
After closed session,
staff
yes.
after close.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break then.
Where's the lunch? You said it was here.
It's Welcome back. We are returning from closed session with no action to report. Director Sani has left. She left about 16
No, 3:45.
at 3:45 p.m. And Director Pick has not rejoined us. He's still up in the air. We are now going to the agenda item 8, board and committee acceptance of department reports. Does anybody have a question of any department report that was in your packet?
Yes.
Go ahead, Director Sabo.
In the report here, I think it was the operations report, there was indicated that year over year, our available seats and all that is down over last year. You aware of that comment? Yep. It didn't identify, what did we lose? We're down about 19%, and what did we lose? Was it the size of the airplanes, frequency, or what?
And Portland.
It was loss of Portland, but they were doing what, one a week,
But
2.
2 week, but big aircraft too.
And United dropped one of their San Francisco flights, is that it?
They went down from 2 San Francisco to 1. They went down from 3 Los Angeles to 1.
Okay. All right, that answers that question. And then as I do just about every board meeting, the cancellations are great, but the delays are of some concern to me. We have some rather substantial delays with a couple of carriers. And in my talking with the public, trying to get them to use this airport, I want to be able to say, we can't control delays inbound here, but we can't control delays, period. But the delays don't start here. There are delays coming out of Phoenix or Dallas or Seattle or wherever. And I can't tell that from the reports here. And it's beyond my comprehension that we can't figure out where our delays are, whether they're delays originating out of here or delays inbound. Is there any way to fix that?
95 and 99% of all of the delays start outbound, they start inbound.
Inbound.
Mhm.
Is that a reliable figure that I can quote to the public?
Yeah, it is. It is because of the kind of airport we are. Is that they don't stay here. They come here, they turn around and go back. And if they don't get here on time, then they can raise the outbound. And 95 to 99% of everything we see is the way inbound.
Okay. Well,
Are you taping this? If so, you probably need your microphone, Mike.
that helps the medicine go down a little bit, but that statistic of delays, when some people see that, they say, well, your delay factor out of here, I'm going to miss my connection in Dallas, I'm going to miss my connection in Phoenix and all that. And that's really not the case unless it was Americans' fault to begin with, right?
Yeah, a lot of that is just, it's just hereditary. It's just things that people feel from their last trip in 1994, and they saw a lot of delays. You can't work that out in people's minds other than.
Well,
say
here's
it's
where I'm
better now.
going, you know, you're in charge of the marketing and promoting, and Chidlaw's in the business of making our presence known and making us power of force. I would like to be able to say in our promotion of the airport, our delay factor out of here where originating flights, you know, is 5%, you know.
You could.
Yeah, and I want to say that in our publications, our messages and all that, because that's a better record than San Jose has. You know,
I hear what you're saying.
so that's the question I had was, but there's no way to define origin, destination, delay information here.
Not without employing people to track each one. It's not that easy. It would take time. So you can reliably say 95 to 99% are inbound delays. We
Well,
rarely take a delay here that's.
I think in our
cost-friendly.
marketing of the airport to particularly local residents, we need to say that, you know.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay. Let's see. The other thing that I had here. I think that's pretty much, that's it. I don't have
Okay.
anything, but
Nothing on department reports, though.
I thought that was a department report.
No, that was air service, but that's okay.
Well,
Director Left.
it's hard to tell, you know.
I know that we don't know when the military is gonna be doing,
Oh, we do. Chris has dates.
For the military lounge, I'm sorry.
no, when the military's flying, when they had the big exercise off the coast and we got all those noise complaints.
Oh.
We don't have any idea at all that they're gonna do that.
No.
Can I suggest to you that I'm almost positive Marlena knew, because I saw something on Nick's door that she put out to her neighborhood that there was gonna be a big exercise off the coast. And that they were also gonna do some things at NPS like anti-terrorist.
Mhm.
So can I just maybe ask one of you to talk to her and say if there are other things going on off the coast? Where they're doing like sub hunters or things like that, that she let us know. Because that's partly what they were
Typically
flying over.
does. Yeah, she normally does let us know when they're doing exercises, so she's really good about reaching out to us and normally telling us. So that one was a little different.
So my thought was that then we could put it on our website and just put a little thing saying, hey, we're anticipating more military traffic in the next 2 or 3 days or whatever days. So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make more work for you all. I know you're tired and you're bored, but I'm just saying, I think it's important that we put it out there, because otherwise there's like 87 people on Nick's door that all have an opinion. And it would be nice to be able to point them back to the website and say, hey, it was on there. So that's all. I read the complaint log and I went, oh, brother, but this had nothing like what was on social media. This doesn't even touch it. So they were up in arms. Except for all the old military wives, and they're like, we love it.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
I have another one. Is the new taxi here yet? The guy from San Jose, has he registered with us?
Not yet.
Okay. Anything else?
So then I do want to ask about the troop holiday.
When is it?
Are we doing it? I don't think I
We
haven't,
are. Yeah, we are. We've communicated with the military at least. I think with the marathon, we don't have the graphics together, but we are. It's December 16th till the 26th. So their push day will be basically the 17th, Saturday the 17th and Sunday the 18th are the two big days they anticipate out of DLI specifically that they'll be leaving. So yes, we've communicated. We have all of the vendors from the last time. Taylor Farms, Sunridge Farms, everyone is contributing again. We've actually been talking with the USO this time. They're trying to find some volunteers for those couple first push days, and they're also providing bags that we'll be handing out to all the troops as well.
okay. And what made me really think about it was I didn't think I'd seen anything on it, but the DAR just last Saturday collected all types of like small shaving cans and little soaps and deodorants, the travel kind of size. And I think it's tomorrow I'm supposed to go and spend an hour or so putting together little bags. But I was thinking that if they had some, that might be really nice to hand out here.
That's what I think what USO is going to be providing us is a travel bag like that already. But we've also talked to DAR about possibly providing volunteers as well. So we've been in communication with them on that. But what the USO is providing is a travel bag that has all of those things in it already that they're going to.
Did they do that last year?
No, they did not. We connected with them this year. At the end of last year, we connected with Morale, Welfare and Recreation, and they put us in contact with the USO up in San Francisco, and they do these pop-up events. So that's what they're providing us through the pop-up event. So that was kind of a connection we made at the end of last year that we were able to touch base with this year.
Okay, so you're gonna transform this room again?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is the DAR?
Daughters of the American Revolution.
I thought it was. They're still around.
Yeah, they're a little older, but yeah, they're still around.
I just got my 50-year pin. So will you put something out to all of us so that we could know? Because are we going to collect money like we did last year?
Tim has indicated that's what he's going to do. So I know Amanda was working on the graphics to get to him this week. So he wanted them this week. So
Okay.
yes, that should be happening.
What are we doing? Collecting money? Or what?
Woody's at the airport did a campaign. to
Catering,
Treat our
yeah.
troops. Yeah, they did a Treat Our Troops campaign. So they collected money that provided the hot and cold sandwiches that we were able to augment on top of all the snacks that we have.
Okay, well, that's a
on top
good
of it.
idea, but what was our role in that? Other
We
than
just help
provide-
with the graphics for Woody's, and then they're the ones that are collecting that portion of it.
Oh,
and
okay.
then they
We're
provide
not
the
collecting
sandwiches.
money.
No.
Okay.
No.
Nope.
And we're giving them the use of the room and they bring the food in here, correct?
It's still the lounge is still a lounge that we host, the airport host. He's just providing that one food component. Again, Taylor Farms is providing their cheese and vegetable snack packs. Sunridge Farms provides the trail mix and all of those snack, like they're a good size. They're like a 4-ounce snack bag that they provide. And then we worked with Russo's and got some fresh fruit. So there are a number of community partners. Jet Center brings in hot cookies every day. They bake cookies and bring them over every single day. So we really have a good group of partners that are just completely helping and part of this.
And refresh my memory, how many people, because we kept a head count, didn't we utilize this or?
I'd say we kept a head count. It's hard. Our seats, what do we have a day right now? We'll probably have 600-700 seats a day, that would possibly be the max we would do on those first 2 days, because that's primarily who's traveling on the 17th and the 18th. And then after that, it's more families, it's more of the ones that aren't leaving immediately, but can leave sometime during the holidays.
How do we communicate with the military personnel or their families to let them know that this exists?
So we've sent it out through Marlena to Navy Post Grad School and to a contact that we always get at DLI. So they're the ones that are organizing the troop movements. Beyond that, this year, we're working with Morale, Welfare and Recreation, and they are going to put it out on all of their contacts with the military, as well as I think it's going on their big Jumbotron out in Marina on that big screen that they have at Morale, Welfare and Recreation. So they're going to be posting it on there as well this year.
Good. Do we typically get some kind of coverage in the media of where
We have.
Herald or whatever?
We have in past years, yes.
Good.
Maybe we can let our PR person know about it.
Who would that be? He's been on the job for 10 hours now.
Yeah, we've already given him a promotion.
What's he doing?
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Director Leffel?
No, thank you.
Okay. Let's go to standing committee reports, budget and finance. So both of you would just be talking to me, I guess, since we don't have any members of the public here. Who's going to give the report?
Director Sabo?
Okay.
I am?
Yeah.
Well, we spent most of the time talking about the fuel,
T-hanger.
The hangar relocation.
the hangar deal, and there wasn't much time left to talk about the finance. We had a good month, and accounts receivable are pretty good, and we put some money down on the bottom line. We spent it on capital improvements, but other than that, everything looks very sound and very together. So there wasn't a whole lot to report other than what you've already heard about the fuel company.
Okay. Director Leffel, anything to add?
No, that's good.
Air service and marketing. We talked about a few things. We looked over the noise complaint log. It is nice to note that even though we had 9 complaints, that was still 9 fewer than we had from the year before. Director Leffel, I guess, just pointed out that this sort of blew up on social media about it, but moving forward, hopefully we'll be better positioned to respond to those things when they happen. We did look at the comment cards. It was interesting to note we had 2 poor comments, both about the fragrance of the soap. Mr. Lapierre thought this to be very suspicious. So did I. I mean, I started off by saying, what are the odds that we would draw 2 negative complaints about the same thing? One person from San Francisco and one from Scottsdale. Yes. Suspicions is that this is an employee at the airport who picks a complaint of the day and the complaint du jour, and then puts it on a comment card or several comment
Did we do something different with the soap?
I don't believe so.
Nope.
No.
We're positive that, because every place I go, doctor's offices these days don't do fragrance stuff. You know, we're allergic to it and all that sort of thing. It's a thing now, you know, so.
Yeah.
I can tell you as a frequent flyer at the Ontario airport, there's soap is sent.
Yeah.
We have not changed some.
It actually smells like tropical.
Can we have unscented soap? Do they make unscented soap?
You know what? My nose is really sensitive, and I was in the restroom 30 minutes ago, washed my hands. I cannot smell it. So.
Yeah.
Can we have unscented smoke? Soap?
Well, I would caution against jumping to something. I assume we have a stack of supplies that we're going through.
Yeah, we cannot respond in that respect to every complaint we get particularly when they're both suspect, to say the least. This is the first time we've ever heard anything about soap fragrance. If it continues, then we'll look into it, but I don't think we should just jump to the conclusion that now we need scent-free soap because we got too suspicious.
Is there an issue going to unscented soap? Is that a problem?
Bill, I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to check into it.
I'm not ready to discount customer service complaints as probably somebody is trying to sabotage us, you know, it is.
Nobody's
Okay.
discounting it. All I'm saying is that we suspect that it's just some mischief from a terminal employee. If it comes back that it looks like it's more than that, then we'll certainly respond.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes,
How are we recording the results, or what kind of results are we getting from this, these electronic?
The QR
Comment.
code? The
Is
QR
that the
code?
QR code? I haven't seen that thing yet.
Yeah, that's what you get every month.
These
That's,
are-
yeah.
that's,
that.
that's what I'm reading
Well,
from
those
right
all
now.
come from that.
That's from the QR code,
Correct.
you know,
Yeah.
instead of the,
Yep.
we're not using the pencil forms or anymore. Okay.
No, we're using QR code and we're getting the same, if not more, number of complaints that way. Or number of comments, I should say, not complaints.
All right.
Okay.
I think the
Um,
water bottle one was always the same person.
Yeah, and if you notice, that's on there too,
Yeah.
but we decided to label that as a compliment. Even though we got a dig at the last moment, about the light being on there, but,
That hasn't
in
been for a
fact,
while, but for a
sus-
while it was all the time.
the suspicion is that it could be the same person with the soap.
I think so.
Okay. The other thing we spent a lot of time talking on, and I don't know if you plan on coming back to us with that information. This is the cell phone data
Yeah.
harvesting. Did you want to comment on that now or save that for a later time with?
There's really not much more to comment on than what we've talked about previously. We did have a meeting, CVB, Visit Carmel, and myself, along with our air service development consultant who was in town. We looked at the cell phone data and how it would be applicable for all three organizations. The intent is to go forward to get one more demonstration on cell phone data, the actual inner workings of the data, and the dashboard that would be created for each of us. And assuming that goes forward well, we'll Visit Carmel and the airport will engage on that, and MCCVB will likely come into the triad then probably in the February, March timeframe. They're still doing an evaluation of their data sources and they don't want to take on another one while they're evaluating exactly what they have today.
With the hope being that we all share in the expense with harvesting this information.
And this data is the kind of data that we would be able to use to get better intelligence on people coming to the market. We've got good intelligence on people going away from the market, leaving here. We don't have good intelligence on people coming. And if you recall, in terms of our growth opportunity, that's bigger than even trying to recapture our leakage. So.
And hopefully a methodology where we can reach out to these people and target them with specific advertising.
Yeah,
correct?
there's some potential for that without question. Yeah, where we know where they're from, we can geo-target them when they're back home and say something along the lines of hope you flew into Monterey Regional Airport, or hope you enjoyed your trip to Carmel. Next time, here are some new things that you could do. So yeah, there's some real applicability carry forward after they've had their visit here.
Well, we look forward to seeing all the possibilities with that. The other thing we talked about,
I have a question. Where do we get the data on the outbound people? You said we have a pretty good handle on the outbound. Where are we getting that data?
That's from, that's data that our air service development consultant has access to through a program called DIIO.
Oh,
And that is what's reported to the Department of Transportation.
okay.
that's collected by the airlines, where
Collected by the airlines and reported to DOT.
the advantage of this is this will pick up those people that are flying into other airports and not into Monterey, but spending time in Monterey. So
Think of it this way. The federal government is always geared toward enplanements. Everything they do is enplanements. They never talk about deplanements. So the airlines don't report people coming here and getting off of an airplane. They only report people getting on an airplane and leaving. We have great access to the data, people getting on an airplane here and leaving. We have no real visibility of people coming here and deplaning. The cell phone data gives us that deplaning data, where they came from. It also gives us the opportunity to look at whether people flew to San Jose and drove down here, or San Francisco and drove down here. It gives us robust data for inbound traffic that we don't currently enjoy and never have.
and the beauty to this is information that the airlines don't have. So
Correct.
when you
Yeah.
approach the airlines to encourage them to add service here, you're actually able to provide them with info that they don't have access to,
Got it.
or they've chose not to spend money to get access, and hopefully sway them that, and it will help us to identify starting points of where people that visit Monterey are coming from, as identifying good
Good
cities,
potential
yeah.
markets. Yeah, because we can only show them half the picture right now. This will help us complete that picture.
Yeah, well, and they're providing the first half, we're providing the second half,
Yep.
so. You always want that edge up when you're knocking on somebody's door.
Yeah, exactly.
We did talk about the cancellations and the delays. Cancellations, really good news. We didn't have any cancellations for the month. That was that blue graph completely across looked very nice. I did not know that 95% of our delays are due to inbound, not outbound. That was interesting information. So thank you for bringing that up, Director Sabo. Any questions on air service? Okay. Property and lease development. But the only thing we really talked about, we spent a lot of time, was the same thing finance did.
Hangar.
It's on the hangar project, and not only the hangar relocation, but the other aspects that was being proposed. We were very supportive in moving forward with some of those long-range plans. We thought that was very creative. I don't see a reason to go any further on that. We didn't have any local jurisdiction liaison meetings. At least I didn't go. You didn't have any? Not official ones, right? Okay. Local agency formation commission, Director Leffel, anything to report on that?
I chair the budget and finance committees. The audit is really good this year, and it'll be presented December the 5th is our meeting. We do not meet in November, so we then meet in early December to get it out of the way. We just have one meeting between October and January, and it's December. And that one will have the annexation and sphere of influence for the city of Soledad on the agenda. So it will be a very busy meeting.
Okay. Very good. Any questions? Hearing none. Regional Taxi Authority, Director Leffel.
No, not till next year.
Okay, very good. Director Sabo, Transportation Agency of Monterey County.
They convened and as I've reported before, they seem to be dealing with most substantive issues at the executive committee level and then shoving it onto the consent agenda, so there isn't all that much that goes on at the meeting other than the consent agenda. But they did report on the Measure X. And if you recall, Measure X was a tax measure with 3/8%, ostensibly to repair potholes. Well, it's 22% higher than the same. Our take in this last year was 22% higher than in the same period in 2021. And we're up to, apparently they're up to 38 million in 21-22, as opposed to being down at, when Measure X started, it was 20 million. So net increase is like an $18 million increase.
Can I back you up a little bit there? Or are you saying this is how much money they have or how much money it's?
They collected 38 million in 21-22.
Okay.
FY 21-22. Back in 2016, when they were promoting this tax, they were only collecting $20 million. The estimate was $20 million. At the time they were promoting the tax. Then, as it turns out, in 21-22, they're up to $38 million, which was a pretty good. Ostensibly, it was for fixing potholes, but there was some wording that said we can now leverage ourselves with more state funds and all that. It's like seed money to leverage state grants. So. And they've done that rather adequately. But in their presentation, they talked about what they're using the money for, which was State Route 218, the Port Ord Regional Trail, and the Greenway Project, and State Route 156, Castroville Boulevard Project. There was no mention of fixing potholes, and I remember I made quite a pitch at that point in my limited capacity as an ex officio to say we really need a citizens oversight committee, which they did have. And I don't know what the follow up on all that is, but every time my car goes into a pothole, now I wonder whatever happened to Measure X, because the money is all spent and it's a majority of it is going up to that Castroville overpass over there, and none of it is going towards 156, Highway 68 out here. So I keep promoting that. And let's see, they gave away a lot of awards to themselves, and then finally Caltrans consultant talked about the Central Coast zero emission vehicle strategy, and Caltrans put on quite a presentation about how many charging stations they're going to have and all this sort of thing. And so I asked the question politely, does PG&E have the capacity to provide a grid power for all this charging that's going on with this strategy? And they admitted, they dodged the question 50, and then they admitted, no, they really don't. They don't have the capacity, but we'll grow into it eventually. So what the implication is while we want to do electric vehicle charging here, and there's going to be a lot of promotion of this stuff, PG&E is not ready for it, and they don't have the grid capacity, and I don't think they really have a plan for it. They're hoping for the best. So anyhow, that's my report.
Any questions, Director Leffel?
So Bill, I think I read they hit a snag with the environmental on the roundabouts on 156.
I didn't hear that, but That's quite possible. Go ahead and report what you.
I just
Heather.
didn't know if they had talked about it, because I'm sure I read
I
that.
haven't heard anything about snags on the roundabouts. They're still promoting roundabouts as the safest, most economical way to do improvements on any highway. Okay, that's the fixed du jour across the country now, because DOT and Federal Highway Administration is really pushing that roundabout business out here. And they've demonstrated time and time again that it's not going to speed up traffic on 150, did I say 150? I meant on 68, you were talking about 156 though.
Yeah, I was asking about 156, because
Oh,
I
I'm
read that
sorry.
they're
I
doing
got my. highway
2 by
mixed.
Castroville.
Okay, no, I didn't hear about, there is some problem. The Coastal Commission's given them on the overpass over there, and that's the environmental aspect that they're worried about, or that's impeding the funding, or impeding the project there. And I wasn't real clear about what the environmental impact was that they were talking about, but apparently they can't proceed forward until they get by this little hurdle here. But maybe it's the roundabouts, but I didn't hear anything specific about it. Wasn't paying that close attention actually.
Well, I will say Saturday when I went to Santa Clara, the traffic was lined up about 1.5 miles on 101. In that, I mean, they made their own turn lane on the berm to turn onto 156, and God only knows how they make it every weekend, and we don't have a couple of deaths out there. It's frightening. So whatever they can do.
I remember when this was being proposed, we raised our concerns about FAA requirements that any tax revenue collected on the airport is used on the airport. Whatever became of that?
That's still a negotiation between the state of California and the FAA. They get close to reaching some kind of accord, and then California decides to pull back. So they are not in a position right now that I'm aware of that FAA is ready to file a lawsuit, but they have threatened that.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's anything beyond that. There are negotiations on occasion that happen, but that was I anticipate that with a fresh Congress in Washington that may be an issue again.
Still a divided Congress, so probably not a lot's going to be done.
I am not sure that anything's going to get done in the next 2 years.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Special District Association Liaison, Director Leffel, we canceled last month's meeting, and this one was also canceled.
Yeah, because of the Coastal Commission being in town.
Okay.
We had, everybody was gearing up for their talk and their opinion. So we just put it off till January.
Okay. Very good. Association of Monterey Bay Area Government, Director Sani did attend. She said they discussed electric vehicles 10-year plan for the Tri-County area. San Benito County seems to be behind the curve. Monterey County is doing quite well, but I don't have details on what that is. New chairs were appointed for, I guess, the various committees for 2023. And there's not a meeting scheduled until next year in January. So she will follow up with a more detailed report at that time. That's all we have. So we have nothing scheduled on the discussion for future agenda. Does anybody wish to add anything?
Mr. Chair, you should probably report that there was no action taken in closed session.
He did.
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay.
Oh, I did.
You did.
Okay, good.
But there was no action to report in closed session. So
Again.
again, So, does anybody have a request for future agenda items? Okay, I don't hear anything. You said we have a busy meeting coming up. You have a teaser on the different things you're gonna hit us up
We'll
with?
have a contract for the design services on the water distribution system. We'll have the audit report. You'll have some construct regarding the hangar discussion. And I'm sure some other fun things to
Oath of
look forward
office.
to.
Your oath of office. for the board
I'm sorry?
members. Oath of office for the board members.
Oath of, okay, yes.
Yeah, you and Dino have been outside of oath since you were appointed. We've not gone through that, so you need to.
Well, the election still has to be certified. Did they send us a thing on that? Okay. In years past, we got certificates, so they sent us, oh, that'd be nice. Yes,
You need something.
okay, that's a little teaser. Thank
You
you.
need something to hang on those new walls at home, Carl.
Thank you so much. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, we are adjourned at 17:05 hours, and thank God Director Pick was not able to join us, because he would have traveled all the way across country and was able to attend at 3 different stops. So we beat him out of here, guys, so that's good.
His
Okay.
battery got